Coolmanchill69 just turned their way into the credits of Tomb of Vercilias.
Good day, everyone. How's everyone doing? And to all of my America, United States viewers, happy Thanksgiving. Hopefully it was a absolutely fantastic day for you all. Yeah, welcome. I'm glad you're here. I was worried that I was going to be starting a little late, which technically I was like a minute late. Not as late as I was fearing though. But it was a great day though. Lots of time to spend with family and friends. Lots of food, lots of really good food. I have eaten so much. I'm going to try and stay awake, but I don't know how well this is gonna go because yeah, it was so much food, but it was so good. It was so good. My sister-in-law makes this crazy amazing like birthday cheesecake pie thing. It's so good, like birthday cake pie. I don't know. It's a funfetti cake pie. It is so good. It's oh. I had to go back for a second slice when I saw there was a second pie that she had brought. And so I was like, all right, I'm having two. Because there were still a couple slices left. So I was like, all right, I'll do it. I'll have a second piece. But yeah, absolutely fantastic food. So for everyone celebrating Thanksgiving, I hope you all had an absolutely fantastic Thanksgiving. And to anyone who does not celebrate Thanksgiving, I hope that you all had a great day. I hope it's been a great day for you. Yeah. But welcome. I'm glad you're here. Also, holy freaking smokes, Coolmanchill, congratulations on getting your name in the Tomb of Vercilias credits. It looks like you are now 4x on the Tomb of Vercilias credits. Holy freaking smokes. That is nuts. That is crazy. Like, that's a lot. That is a ton of points. Very, very many points. Well, there we go. 4x. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I honestly never anticipated anyone redeeming it more than like twice. I mean, okay, to be fair, I never anticipated anyone redeeming it more than once. But then redeeming it more than twice, I was like, okay. So I feel like we're gonna have to have a third section now. You know, we're gonna have the freaking you know, the section and then the VIP section and then some other section. We're gonna have to figure that out. We'll see. We'll see what happens. But yeah, absolutely insane. And that is true. Coolmanchill is coming for Devious Oatmeal's spot. Coming up fast. Well, congratulations on being 4x on the VIP/MVP section. And yeah, we will have to see what we can do in maybe making a third section and being like, all right, well, you know, for anyone who's redeemed it, I don't know, 3 or 4 more times, then you can. That is crazy. But also, welcome. Glad you're here. Victor Gaming Zombie, congratulations on being first. A first after the stream has started as well. You know, I know there's some people who like to camp and wait outside till midnight for the midnight release. But I'm glad that you were here first thing, and I do appreciate that. So thank you. Let's see here. Who else we got here? Hootie Hend, welcome. Glad you're here. Hopefully you've had an absolutely fantastic day. Victor Gaming Zombie says, happy turkey day. Gobble, gobble. Gobble, gobble indeed. Yeah. Absolutely fantastic. See, here's the thing. I am one that I would probably say Thanksgiving is my favorite holiday. Like, don't get me wrong. I love Christmas. Absolutely love Christmas. I love Halloween. I love 4th of July. Like, they're all great. But something about Thanksgiving. It just, there's less pressure than you do with Christmas, because like with Christmas you gotta get all the gifts and you get all, you know, everyone's like expecting something and just the whole big ordeal. Thanksgiving, you just show up with your dish that you signed up for and you're like, here you go. Now, I guess if you're hosting, it's not quite that simple, but even still, I feel like it's less stressful hosting Thanksgiving than it is having Christmas, because I don't know, but it's still fun because you get to see, you know, all your family and everyone that comes by and yeah. Anyway, so there's that. There is that. Let's see here. Hootie Hen says, sorry I was late for not being first. You're totally fine. No worries at all. We gotta have some people have first every now and then, right? Let's see. Devious Oatmeal, I'm coming for your spot. Let's see. So what happens every time you redeem it after your first? After the first. Oh, for the name and credits. So like I was saying, I did not anticipate anyone ever redeeming it more than once, because that is 10,000 points. Like, that is insane. Like, let me see here. So I believe it says that on average you get about, I think it was 230 points per hour. So that would be 10k divided by 230 points. So that is roughly, now it does add up. It does add up. Oh, we got some ads. All right. I'm going to come back after the ads. Let me know when you're back. And then we'll continue this. So, let's see here. Cool Man Chill has a 10 stream streak. Cool Man Chill, thank you so much. If you're going to streak anywhere, streak in my stream. I appreciate that. Thank you. We got Dylan in here saying, evening, Moon Man. Good evening, Dylan. Good evening. Hopefully you've had an absolutely fantastic holiday. A great Thanksgiving. I, for one, had a good one, so I hope you did as well. Hootie Hen says, coin. Yes, we will be doing the coin. We will be jumping on that here pretty soon. Just got to give it a few minutes. We got to give it a few minutes to let people get in there. Let's see. If I end up having the most names in the credits, I think I would deserve a long name like Dragonborns in D&D, where they have like 40 different names. I think so. I think whoever has the top spot gets to have however many names that they want. I think that's how it's going to have to be. Let me know when you're back. Oh, wait, I literally just read my message. I just read my own message out loud. It's good times. It's good times. I don't have ads. Well, that's weird. I don't know why you wouldn't, Hootie Hen. I don't know. Frojo says, happy Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving to you as well, Frojo. I appreciate you jumping in. We were actually, well, okay, I was just talking about freaking the pie. And you know what pie I'm talking about. The pie. Oh, so good. Such good pie. Such good pie. I really wanted to get a third piece. Because I had 2, and I really wanted 3. But I was like, nope. 2 is enough. 2 is enough. Anyway, it's because I lost my sub. Oh, that would do it. That would do it. But I'm glad you're back. Anyway, as I was saying, yes. So the reason why I never anticipated anyone redeeming their name more than once is because it would take you roughly, obviously this is, you know, ignoring the fact that, you know, if you are subscribed, you get more points. You can get more points here and there, right? So just ignoring that fact, just on average, most people get about 230 points per hour of watching. That is 43 hours of streams you have to watch, 43 and a half of streams that you have to watch to be able to get your name in the credits. Absolutely wild. And so I was like, well, there's no way anyone's going to watch and redeem, you know, get that many points and redeem 10,000 points more than once. So I was like, there's not really a point. So then when I started people redeeming their name again for a second time, I was like, okay. So I was like, all right, well, what if we create like an MVP/VIP section in the credits? So you'd have, you know, your people who have redeemed, and you got, I don't know, the VIP people who have redeemed. And I'm going to have other sections as well. Like, obviously, you know, I'm going to have to give some, you know, credit where credit's due on, you know, obviously, you know, top gifters, top bidders, you know, top donators, anything and everything like that. You know, I want to make sure that I include as many people that have been here and have helped me along the way as much as possible. So there definitely will be a lot of sections for call outs, for shout outs, for crediting and accommodations. Yeah. So, but yeah, so we may have to figure out another way for people who have redeemed like 3 or 4 times. Oh my goodness. What?
Arixa just turned their way into the credits of Tomb of Vercilias.
Arixa! Thank you so much for the, oh my gosh. Again, like I was saying, that is like 43 and a half hours of watching streams. Holy smokes. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you. Well, let's get you in here, and I don't think you're in here already. It does not look like it. So, congratulations on earning your name your way into the, your name. What the freak am I saying? I am all sorts of hopped up on turkey, stuffing, and potatoes right now, so I am so sorry. Congratulations on earning your way into the credits of the Tomb of Vercilias. Let's see, I gotta make sure I get this right. Rixa, there we, oh, I almost got it wrong. I was literally reading your name off, and I almost got it wrong. Rixa, congratulations, and thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for being here, for watching, for supporting. I do appreciate that, so thank you, thank you. Man, 2 in 1 night is crazy. Crazy, yeah, thank you. Let's see here, over on YouTube, Jesse says, first of all, welcome, Jesse. Welcome, welcome. Says, hello, and happy Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving to you as well, Jesse. I hope you've had an absolutely fantastic day. Stream is buffering. Oh, no. Wait. Is it? Oh, wait. Who was that? Lakshai as Harma says, Steam is buffering. I'm assuming stream. I hope that it is buffered now. Fingers crossed. For the 5th time, they get their names in really big and backwards. just anyone who's redeemed it more than once, your name just flips and it's just big letters, big old letters. I bet whatever pie you mean, I dislike it. Oh, I don't know, Jesse. I don't know. So the pie that I had, and I was raving about it for a little bit, but I'm gonna rave about it again. It is a, it's not a birthday cake. It is a funfetti cake pie. Like, I know you hear, but it's not cake. It's not cake, but it's like an ice cream pudding pie. It is so good. It is so good. I'm not much of a pie person myself. For whatever weirdness it is that is in me. I'm not a fan of like apple pies, cherry pies. I'm not saying they're bad. I'm not personally like, I don't enjoy them as much. But any kind of like pudding pie or an ice cream pie, like, oh, so good. And yeah, this funfetti birthday cake pie is so good. So good. Anyway, so yeah. So maybe you would like it. I don't know. If you like anything that is delicious, you may like it. Let's see here. Hootie Fun over on YouTube says hi. Welcome, Hootie Fun. Welcome. Yeah. Let's see. Just making sure we get caught up on everything. Let's see. I'm 1K from name in the credits. Ooh, that is super exciting, Hootie Hen. 10 on tails. I'm putting it all on tails. Wait, 3K on heads, by the way. Oh my gosh. That's going to be a lot, Axel. That is going to be a lot. And cool, man, is 10 on tails. I'm putting it on tails. I always lose when I bet on heads. Also, I'm just going to say this. We're going to go back to the Google one because I want to run a test and I want to make sure that my programming is actually good. So we'll see. So we're going to go back to the Google one for now. And then over the weekend, I think I'm going to run a test and just see how 50-50 it actually is. And we'll see what happens. And yes, I said 50-50 while doing this, and I know what that means, and shush now. Before someone gift a sub to me, I did 3 days. Oh, true, that's true. I feel like I get about 1K to 2K per stream. That's not bad. I mean, that sounds about right. Because they're about 4 hours. Yeah, that sounds about right. About 4 hours, and then being subbed. Yeah. Not bad. Moon, I'm already planning on what I want if I get the most. Ooh, good. Be thinking, because, I mean, I may have to either say yes or no, but I will be more obliged to say yes. Appreciate you and your positivity, and thank you for all you do. Alexa, thank you so much. I do appreciate that. Thank you. Oh, no, he's back. I am back. I'm back. You can't get rid of me. You cannot get rid of me. Who's back? Athra, who is back? I'm back. It's me. I'm back for more. David says, good evening. Welcome, David. Welcome. Glad you're here. All of my subs is from me being lucky from gifted. Oh, wait, really? Wait, you have only been gifted subs? You've been gifted 3 subs. Holy smokes. That's crazy. Well, yeah, I would say you are very lucky. To be gifted 3 subs is nuts. Not bad. Same? Shit. Yeah, I have 3 a month. Oh my gosh. Well, there you go. That's not bad. That is not bad at all. All right, everybody. Let's pull up the prediction for the coin flip. We're going to do that. We're going to, again, put 5 minutes on the clock. Start prediction. We're going to do heads or tails. Everyone get your guesses in if you think it's going to be heads or tails. Here we go. Start prediction. All right, so let's see. I feel like there was one thing, and I cannot remember for the life of me what it was. if I remember, we'll go over it. Okay, so let's see. I was gifted 1 sub. Gifted subs are now just icing on the cake because I went turbo. Hey, see, there you go. There you go. And so that means, David, you are probably one of the few that whenever I get my ad revenue and I see turbo, you're the one. You're the one that I get to thank. So I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. So I do get a little bit more from people who watch with turbo. So there we go. There we go. All right, everybody. So if you remember from last time, we were working on the little mini games to be able to unlock the teleportation portal thing to be able to get to the next floor. And we basically got this one finished. If you've ever played any cozy fishing game, this is basically, you know, you keep the line within here, and then once you do that, then it opens up the portal. You're good to go. You need to get 100% in less than 10 seconds. I may change the amount of time or something like that. Lots of things could be changed, tweaked, everything, all that fun stuff. So basically what we need to do to get this thing finished up, we need to add a fail state, and we need to get it to when you actually finish it, when you're actually done with it, it then will actually go back and let you do your thing. I also think we may need to, let me just check this really quick because this could be awkward. Okay, so I did disable it so you can't actually move around the tomb while you're in the minigame. That's good. That's good. Yeah, look at that. Okay. Okay. So yeah, so we need to make it so that it actually closes this whole scene when you're done, and then we need to make it so that you can also have a failed state first. Let's do the finished state first. We're gonna do the finished state, and then we're gonna see what's going on with the fail state. We do the fail state first. No, let's do the finished state. We have more of the finished state built out that we basically just need to turn on, and then we should be good. We should be good at that point. Hootie says, you can call me Hootie Hen. Okay, all right. I wasn't sure if you wanted me to call you Hootie Fun over on YouTube and then Hootie Hen over on Twitch. Just wanted to make sure. So Moon, is the cats in the game yet? AKA 182 cats. Not yet. Not yet. But they will be. They will be. I promise. I swear. I swear they're going to be in the game. Let's see. The Gaming Owl says, hello. Welcome to Gaming Owl. Welcome, welcome. Glad you're here. How's your day going? And if you're in the United States, how's your Thanksgiving? What's Turbo? It's like YouTube Premium. Yeah. Turbo, I'm pretty sure that it's just ad-free across the board, right? I think. I'm pretty sure that's how Turbo works. Or maybe it's like reduced ads. Okay, across the board, yeah. So no more ads across the board, which is pretty great. Like, because if you have a whole bunch of people that you tend to watch, so instead of dedicating the amount of money it would take to sub to one channel, that way you can, you know, watch all the channels you want without the ads. I think you just pay for Turbo. I think it's like slightly more expensive. It's like what, like $10 a month or something like that. So it is slightly more expensive. But again, if you watch more than 2 people stream, then that basically pays for itself in just the subscriptions you would pay for those specific channels anyway. So, yeah, it is a really good deal. See, David's watch streak is now a 5 stream streak. David, I appreciate that. If you're gonna streak anywhere, I appreciate you streaking in my stream. I gotta get better at that whole thing because as soon as I start fumbling over it, it's not funny anymore. It's probably not funny at all, but it's definitely less funny once I start stumbling over it. Let's see here. Okay. Oh my goodness, what?
Welcome David Van Housen and your one amazing audience members.
David, thank you so much for that raid. I appreciate that. Welcome. Glad you're here. Glad you're here. Hopefully I had an absolutely fantastic stream. Sorry to bombard you with questions, but what were you up to today? How'd the stream go? How you feeling? How's life? You one-man raid. Yeah! Dang straight. Makes it all that more special. A little bit more personal. One-on-one, you know? And I appreciate that. I appreciate that. All right, everybody. So, yes. So we need to do the exit state of this. So once you get it actually finished, then we need to actually activate the portal. So, let's see. How are we currently doing that? So if we come over here and we check you, we see show quests, starting exit room equals player's location, and then if exit portal activated is on. So this is if switch 69, nice, is turned on, then it does all this thing, which is great. It's absolutely fantastic. So, what we need to do is over here, when you finish, this is what it actually does. So this is the whole, starts, you know, twisting, turning, all that fun stuff, and then it switches over there. So I think what we need to do is we will, since the picture, wait. Oh, this is actually having it fade in. Okay, that makes more sense. That makes more sense. I once did a 2-man raid. Hey, every person counts. That's actually one of the things that I kind of worried about in the beginning. Was potentially, I don't know if this is ever going to happen, but potentially getting to the point where, you know, if I ever had, you know, 50 or 60 or 80 or 100 people watching, I did worry. I was like, I don't ever want to get to the point where, you know, when I go from, 59 to 60 people watching, even right now, like literally as I started talking about this, we went from 15 viewers and we are now at 16 viewers. I never want to get to the point where just seeing that one viewer go up, that I just go, it's just one more. Like, I don't know. Like, it's because like everyone who's watching, I am extremely and beyond ecstatic that you would choose to watch this stream. So first of all, thank you. I do appreciate it. And yeah. So I did in the beginning worry about that I was like, I don't want to get to that point where I ever am just like, oh, well, yeah, I went from 59 to 60. It was just one more person. Like, that's a whole freaking person that's watching the stream, and I appreciate it. So to whoever came in during this whole spiel, I do appreciate you jumping in here, and hopefully it'll be entertaining. So thank you. And yeah. Hold up now. Look at that. Let's see. David says, runs naked around Moon stream. I appreciate that. I want to see if there's maybe some way that I could add that, like, something. Oh my gosh, you know, I just realized that I didn't turn on. I want to add something to where when people share their stream streak, I don't know, I want to have like something streak across the stream. Something that wouldn't get me banned or anything like that, but I don't know, something that would just I don't know, make people laugh. Yeah, that's what we want to go for. I will have a streaking egg. That's what we'll do. We'll have an egg streak across the stream. There we go. We got the little foxes back. That's what we were missing. Oh my goodness, what?
Welcome to the Moonwood Alliance, Frojo95.
Frojo, thank you so much for that Prime sub. I appreciate that. Thank you. You are too kind indeed. So thank you. Yeah, look at that. See, just one more person, and it means everything. So thank you. Let's see here. We got to get that No Man stream. Yeah, I'd be down. Raid NT stream. Who's that? Who's NT? I'm doing fine. My stream went well. Life is good. Well, David, I'm glad to hear it. I'm glad that the stream went well. Glad that life is going well. And yeah, hopefully yeah. Anything you want to kind of chat about? Anything from the stream? Would absolutely love to hear. And also, let me see if I can remember how to do this. Shout out. I believe if we do at David Van Housen. There we go. Yeah. Make sure if you are not following David yet, make sure to go over and follow. Yeah. So thank you. I appreciate that. Let's see. David says, other David, first David, says, it would be funny if someone entered a stream as always a raid and just that one person. That would be pretty good. Just be like, I'm here. Here we are. I think a 10 streak might be the highest you can share because it did not update. Oh, that's dumb. I'm sorry. I have an 18 stream streak. Oh, really? Wait, were you able to share that though, Hootie Hend? I mean, that'd be cool if you could. Dang, Hootie, that's a lot. I spelled forgore the O in not. Yeah, exactly. Oh, let's see here. Let's see. The Gaming Owl says, amazing. I had Manicody. What is that? What is? Oh my goodness, that looks like a really good pasta. I'm jealous. That looks really good. I'm also probably not pronouncing that correctly. Manicody? Maybe I am. Who knows? But it sounds like an absolute blast of a time. I am jealous. Hootie Hen says, asleep all day for Thanksgiving. There you go. Yeah, not bad. I wish I could have slept all day. I did not. But, oh well. Thank you for the shout out, Moon. Of course. Yeah, well, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. No, I'll be able to share it at 20. Okay. So, gotcha. So once you hit a X amount of streaking, once you hit a certain amount of stream streaks, then I would assume that like the number gets wider and wider. Oh my gosh, if I can speak, it gets wider. Anyway, we're moving on. Thank you for sharing that. I appreciate that. And yes, I English too, obviously, as you can tell. I English so good English I do am. All right, so once we get it all opened up, we're gonna say wait for 30 frames. Half a second, I feel like it should be just fine. And then we are going to turn on the switch. 69, nice. I did that once, I can't do it again. Exit portal activated, turn on, and then we're gonna turn on C. Yeah. We'll turn on C. Then once C is on, we're in there. You cannot activate the exit again until you move on to the next floor. Yes, that should be good. That should be good. That should be good. Well, that should be fine. Okay, so that's good there. Now, once we turn that on, we actually then need to come in here and we need to erase some pictures. What pictures do we need to erase? Oh, boy, we got to erase a lot. So we got to erase image layer 34, 28, 34, 35. Yeah, let's do erase picture. Actually, no, what we need to do is we need... let's come over here. We got to pull up the RPG Maker MV script call list, because I never remember all the script calls, and I gotta look up references every now and then. Erase picture, and that is that guy right there. Perfect. Say script, let's erase image layer 28. I don't know why I did that. Let's do that. 28. And it was 34 and 35. Yeah. Picture Gaming Zombie says, did you know if you have no ads on YouTube, you can just watch and mute Twitch? Oh my goodness.
76 turned Moonman into a PNG.
I am now a PNG, and for some reason, I'm not talking. Why am I not talking? What's happening? Why am I not talking? What's going on here? What's going on here? Come on. Hello? Hello? Oh, there we go. Now I'm talking. Now I'm talking. We are talking now. Thank you for that. I appreciate that, David. Thank you. Did you know if you have no ads on YouTube, you can just watch and mute Twitch while listening to YouTube in another tab? Ooh. Are you saying you're giving me extra views? I appreciate that.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I mean, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. From the depths of my heart, I appreciate any and all views. Any and all views, I appreciate. Thank you for that. Thank you. Let's see. Yeah, for some
reason, YouTube is ahead of Twitch. I feel like that usually happens, which is so weird because on my previews here on my monitor, Twitch is always like 2 seconds behind, and YouTube will become like 10 to 15 to 20 seconds behind. Very bizarre. I don't know why, but it does. It does. In my stream, I bet on the color red in roulette and lost 200,000 chips. Oh my gosh. David, that is... Whew. That's rough. That is rough. I am so sorry. You'll get it back, though. You'll get it back. Don't give up. You're gonna get it back. Also, I think it's coin flip time. Oh my goodness. I completely forgot about the coin flip. All right, everybody, here we go. Coin flip. Here we go. All right, I did not even see how many freaking things we have in here. Prediction. What do we got? So right now we are currently sitting at 66% on heads. Let's actually do this. Let's do. I'll pull this over to here-ish, and then we pull you over, and then we pull you over to here-ish. We can all kind of see what's going on here. All right, there we go. So yeah, so on heads, it looks like we've got 3k mana on heads, and we've got 1.5 over on tails. So heads, we've got 1, which I think we all know. I think we all know who that is. And then, of course, tails, we got 4 people on tails with the 1.5k mana. Let's find out what it's going to be. Yeah, coin flip. Here we go. Ready? We're going to do best 2 out of 3. Best 2 out of 3. Here we go. Oh. We got ourselves 1 tail. 1 tail. 1 tail. But just because it's 1 doesn't mean it's going to win. Here we go. Let's flip again. Flip again. 1 tail. 1 tail. Oh, we got 2 tails. We've got 2 tails. Oh my god. Well, Axel, I know what you're going to say. And it's, we even use a different program this time. It's rigged for tails. But this is a completely different coin flipper. I've got to start like flipping like a physical coin or something. Something. When was the last time Tails lost?
Axel_Benedict says, I bribed you last stream. Why? Crying face emoji. Crying face emoji.
I know.
Crying
I'm
face
so sorry.
Emoji.
Yeah, I don't know why it favors Tails so much. But again, I am going to be testing the actual flip on my program just to see how often it actually does go heads versus tails. Because I want to see how, like, what the actual average is when you're just telling a computer to do 50-50. I guess we'll see. I guess we will see. Anyway, well, to everybody who gets tails, congratulations. Well done. I am very happy for you. Well done. Well done. Yeah. 4.5K go to Mathra and others. It says Mathra and others. Thank you for all the information, Prediction. You are the best. You are the best, Prediction. I still have 2 million chips, though. Okay, well, that's not too bad, then. I mean, especially if you just lost 200K and you still have 2 million. It's not bad. Which is why I'm saying you need to keep going. Keep it rolling. Keep it going. And you'll win it back. I believe in you. I believe in you. When was the last time Tails lost? I bribed you last stream. I just won 1.5K mana. Not bad. Not bad, Cool Man Chill. And Axel says, still above 10K, though. It's not bad. That is not bad at all. Let's see. The Gaming Owl says, if you want to pronounce it right, it's basically Manicotti. Manicotti. Okay. Or something like that. Fair. Yeah, when it comes to naming pastas, I am horrible at it. My wife is always correcting me anytime I go in and buy the different pastas at the store. She's always like, no, it's pronounced this way. And I'll usually forget like 2 seconds later, and then I'll say it again incorrectly, and the cycle continues. It continues. Did you know if you have no ads on YouTube, you can just watch and mute Twitch while listening to YouTube in another tab? I feel like I've read this one before. But thank you, Victor Gaming Zombie. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm always down. I'm always down for more views. So thank you. Thank you for that. Working on my 5th name in the credits to tie with him. You're gonna get there. You're gonna get there in no time. All right. Well. Oh, that's right. We need to figure out exactly what images we need to erase. So we've got 34, 28, and 35 so far. Then we've got 101 through 105 for this one. Okay, that'll have that one covered. The 101 through 105. Then over here, we've got 101, 102, 103, 104, 105. You're going to be covered as well. Okay, and then we move on. Okay, all right. So now we just need to say, you erase image layers 101. 102, 103, 104, 105. We also need to erase all of the portal images as well. Those need to go elsewhere. This has 29, 30, 31, 32, 33. Okay, 29 through 33. Not too bad. 29. One too many. Oh well. 30. Nope. 30. 31. 32. 33. All right. I should have us covered for all the images with specifically these 2 puzzles. They're probably going to be more later, but for now, that should be good. That should be good. Though I don't know who it is, I believe someone has like 100k mana and could just sweep the competition by getting like 10 names in the credits. That is true. Yeah, Loki has over 100k mana, and yeah, he could 100% just like redeem name in the credits 10 times back to back. He probably has almost more than that now too, so he could potentially do it 11 times and just sweep the floor. That'd be crazy. But it could happen. No, I feel like he's saving for something crazy. Oh my goodness.
Devious_oatmeal just turned their way into the credits of Tomb of Vercilias.
Well. Cool Man Chill. Oh my gosh. Well. It looks like you are one step behind Devious Oatmeal. Congratulations. Holy smokes. You are now at, what are you at? 6. You are now at X6 on name of the credits. Jeez. Not bad. Not bad at all. Well done. Well done. Yeah, congratulations. Number 6 is crazy. That is insane. That is 60,000 points you have spent on getting your name in the credits. Holy smokes. Oh my goodness. Some Randev.
Some Randev just turned their way into the credits of Tomb of Vercilias.
Congratulations. Well done. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We've now got another 5 on here as well. Some Randev. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate that. Holy smokes. Well. Cool man chill. Cool man chill. We got 3. We got 3 of you fighting for the top. Fighting for the top. Oh my gosh, that is beautiful. That is beautiful. I'm a couple gambles away from 100k. Oh gosh, some Randev. That is insane. That is insane. I love that. Hoodien says, who won the coin flip? Tails did. Tails did. I believe Axel was the only person who technically lost the coin flip. I think Axel was the only person who put points on heads. So, yeah, very, very unfortunate stuff. Very unfortunate. But congratulations on getting your name in the credits. Thank you, both Devious Oatmeal and Some Randev. I appreciate that. Thank you. Let's see. You can't stay at number 1 forever. 6, not so fast. You will not ruin my plans. This was all I had left, but worth it. 100% worth it. Also, glad you're here. Welcome, Some Randev. Hopefully you've had an absolutely fantastic week so far. And yeah, hopefully you had a great Thanksgiving. All right, so what else do we need to actually get this thing to disappear? As of right now, I think it's just erasing the pictures. It turns on the switch and erases some pictures, but I think we need to erase more pictures. So let's jump in here and let's just see what else we need to do to get this thing to deactivate. Here we go. And we've got... Okay. Cool. That's what we've got. So what else do we have to do from here? Ooh, we gotta turn off portal, exit portal. No. 150. The portal puzzle activated, because that's the one that's actually keeping us from being able to move. It's also keeping these things going, so that's fun. Yeah, so I think we just need to disable that switch so we can actually move around. Then we need to keep self-switch C turned on so that it doesn't activate the puzzles anymore. Let's come in here. We're gonna say turn on or turn off. Switch 150. Go. Okay, so now at that point we should be able to walk around. I believe we should be able to walk around at that point. So we go. Let's activate it. Let's get this thing in here. Ooh. Still so satisfying to have it like bounce like that. Ah, I love it. I can move. Hey, look at that. I can move. Oh, hey. Oh, card decks. Oh. That's awkward. That is awkward. Okay, let's pull this up. This actually is a fun little sneak peek, fun sneak preview of what the new cards actually look like. I say sneak preview, you can literally see what the cards look like. Cards deck. Card decks, that's what it's called. Yeah. So these are the new design of the cards. So hopefully you like them. I tried to go for a little bit better than just... Well, because here was the original cards, just for everybody to have context. This is what the original cards looked like. You know, very plain cards, And then we made, let's see, old assets. I thought I had another set in here. That's the old monsters. Then these are the other old cards that we had. You know, this is what we had going on here. I liked them. They were fine. Like, they were good at the time. I did like them. But the more that I looked at them, I was like, I don't know. I was like, I want more than just the plain white. I want there to be more, I don't know, you know, detail and patterns and colors and stuff like that. I also felt like just the plain white cards in a dark tomb didn't feel very good. So anyway, yeah, so we redesigned them. So yeah, so this is the new king card. We've got ourselves the queen card, the jack card. The queen, I'm still not 100% sold on. I did like a magical wand staff thing, and I'm like, maybe. It'll probably do something different then. And then, of course, you know, just kind of, you know, very standard looking cards. I actually, when I designed this card, I didn't put this together, and then I thought about it after I had designed it. I was like, I don't know, what if I do like a moon thing? And I was like, I don't know, the moon is, and so I put like another smaller moon looking thing on the inside, and then I realized it's actually kind of symbolic of how the ace works in blackjack, where it starts out as an 11, as a larger number, and then if it needs to be a 1, then it's a smaller number. I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking too much into it. Anyway, yeah, so that is the new cards. Oh, that actually leads me into potentially what I was going to be talking about. Yes, I think the reason why I was like, I couldn't remember is because in my head I had told myself that I wasn't going to talk about this. But, well, I wasn't going to talk about it until I had something more ready to go. Anyway, but here is the kind of thought that I'm having right now. So, and okay, here's let me just explain. This is not set in stone. This has just been a thought that I've had based off of comments I've received, during live streams, on videos, on shorts, DMs, things like that. And I also want to preface this. We are not moving away from blackjack. Don't worry, some Red Dead, don't worry. We're not moving away from blackjack. But we may be interpreting it in a different way. So, here's the comments, here's the messages that I've gotten, which is basically, if you're playing a roguelike, how are you going to make blackjack feel fair? Because it is very luck-based. It's very luck-based, where it's luck of the draw, right? And it's, if you draw the right card, great. If you don't, oh well. But people have pointed out, and I have, in the beginning, I was like, it should be fine. And then more people pointed it out, and I was like, okay, maybe it's not going to be fine. And then, we did try to go through, we've got a couple abilities, skill upgrades and things like that. They can kind of help. We've got the luck where it like helps you with your draws, where it's like, oh, you have a better chance of drawing a card that wouldn't result in busting. And we have ways like, oh, if a top card is an ace, it'll show it to you. This one is, if the top card is either a king, a queen, or a jack, it'll show you what it is. It's like there were going to be ways to kind of help a little bit, but it was still very luck-based, right? Because if it's not either a king, queen, or jack, or an ace after you have these two skills, then it doesn't really help at all. And yes, we can like artificially change the deck with specific parameters to be like, oh, hey, like, if this card is going to make the person bust, then don't draw that card, draw a different card. So anyway, so I was thinking about it, and I was like, what would be some ways that we could try and negate this? And so I was like, okay, well, what if we had some kind of like a holding area where you could pull a card from your hand and put it into a holding area, and so that way you could like, take certain cards out, put certain cards in. And I was like, maybe that could help, but it still just kind of felt like, I don't know if it's necessarily, I felt like it wasn't enough. So started thinking about it, started brainstorming, trying to think what would be fun, what would keep it close to blackjack, and yeah, mostly what would be fun, because I want this game to be fun. That is like the biggest thing that worries me as of right now, is I'm like, I'm spending so much time getting this game finished, and I worry so much about that first negative review because it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. Even though I'm anticipating 5 or 10 people to buy and play the game, I just know that one of those 5 to 10 people are going to negatively review the game, and there's going to be something that they don't like. And I'm like I want to do everything in my power to make sure that as many people like it as possible. Obviously, you cannot ever avoid complete negativity. There's always going to be someone who has something negative to say. I know that's going to happen. I know it's going to happen, but I want to avoid it as much as possible. So anyway, so goal number 1 with this game is, how do I make it fun? If the game's not fun, no one's going to want to play it. No one's going to want to buy it. And yeah, that is what I'm going to try and avoid. I started thinking about it, and I was like, what actually makes for fun gameplay? Like, yes, blackjack is fun. Is it going to get old though? Maybe. Could it sometimes feel very unfair? Well, it's completely random, so maybe someone could just be absolutely terrible at their draws, and they just keep losing and losing and losing, and it just wouldn't be fun anymore. So I was like, okay, so we need to avoid that in some way, shape, or form. And then I started thinking about it, and I was like, what is very satisfying? What is a very satisfying thing to have while you're playing with, cards and things like that? I started thinking about it, and I was like, what if there was a way to create some kind of like chain reactions while you're playing the game? If you draw, I don't know, X number of cards, and you had him in some way, either lined up in some way or something like that, and you attacked, and then like the next attack could be like something more and more and more. I was like, okay, how the freak would we do that though? So I started thinking about it. I was like, well, again, like it's all very based on chance. So it's like you can't really determine what's actually going to be being played next. And I know we'd kind of talked about maybe doing like some deck building aspects or something like that to like make it so you could like change your deck a little bit. And even that was like, this doesn't feel like it's going to work very well. Anyway, so I was brainstorming, and I've actually been brainstorming this for about a week now, trying to figure out what is going to be the best way to make this fun to play. So I'm going to give you a really quick sneak peek on something that I was putting together mostly yesterday and today. It is not finished. It is not finished at all, but I kind of want to see what you all think about this. And I want to see if it's going to be just something that just takes the game way too far away from what it should be, or if it seems like it's going to be something that would make the game more fun and more exciting. So let me just turn this on really quick. Parallel process, and I believe that one is, parallel process. Yes, it's coming here, and we are going to turn that off so that the puzzle doesn't start up. Anyway, yes, so this is what we're potentially going to switch the combat to. Let me have it pull up, and it draws the cards. Basically, the idea is going to be, instead of you drawing your cards, the monster drawing their cards, it's setting its combat power, you will draw 13 cards. And with those 13 cards, okay, I'm just going to make sure, I'm going to see if I can somehow make sure to actually explain this correctly. So I'm going to go slow so that I don't stumble over my own words and make it more confusing than it needs to be. So here is the thought as of right now. You will draw 13 cards. The deck is divisible by 13, so you'll basically have 4 turns before the deck has to reshuffle. I'm also potentially considering some deck building. We'll get to that later. So basically the idea is it will draw 13 cards. The monsters will no longer draw cards anymore. They will have a set combat power. It could change a little bit here and there, but basically, the idea is like the combat power would be something a little bit more simple for the regular monsters. I'd probably keep it somewhere around like 12 to 15, maybe 16, and you still have to draw above that combat power, and you cannot go over 21, still even the whole theme of the blackjack stuff. But the idea is, what you'll do with these cards is, instead of, you being like, oh, I'm going to pick this card and this card and this card, what you will do is you will set up your hand to be in such a way that it will create a chain reaction. So again, like I said, it is not done yet, but the general idea, I think I've got these first 4 cards done. The general idea is you will pick up a card, and you will drag them around, and you'll basically set the order at which you will set the order in which the cards will actually be used in combat. And then once you get all of the cards lined up, so let's say for example, the jack is 10, that's 16, that's 18, and then say for example, if I wanted to bring other cards again, like these other ones are not done. I think it's just these first 4 that you can actually look at that. Even number 4 is not completely done. Yeah, so basically, yeah, you can pick up the cards, you can drag them around, and you will create a chain of how you want the cards to actually, be processed. And then when you go to attacks, like, click the monster, you'd click an attack button, something like that. The idea is it would then go left to right, and it would pick up as many cards as it needed to actually get over the monster's combat power, but hopefully avoiding going over 21. So if you have set them up in such a way to the point where it will then, go over the monster's combat power, it'll take the first 2, 3, 4 cards, however many cards it needs, it'll use those cards, attack the monster. And then it'll continue, and it'll do the next however many cards it needs to get over the monster's combat power. And basically the general idea is you are trying to use your entire hand without busting, but then also, having it set up to the point where you are able to do as much damage as possible to the monster. And then kind of general idea is after every hand, the monster will have either some kind of like countdown, some kind of timer where, say for example, they have 2 turns until they attack. So you are able to do 2 hands. Once you've done 2 hands, they get to attack. And then you draw again, you do 2 hands, and then they attack. Kind of a thing. So that is that. And then the other thing to kind of hopefully make it a little bit more exciting, interesting, instead of just, being like, okay, I've now set up these cards to reach, under 21, but above their combat power, bang, 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 bang. The idea is if every single card that you use is one specific element. So say, for example, since, so we currently have 18. These first 3 cards have a value of 18. So if the monster's combat power was 15, it would just use these first 3 cards. And since all 3 are pyro cards, it would inflict the monster with pyro, like a pyro weakness. And so then if I'd set up my cards to the next set being a hydro is strong against pyro is weak to hydro, it would then do some kind of bonus damage, and it would, you know, attack the monster for even more. That way you're kind of like having to pick and choose and be like, do I want to inflict this weakness on the monster to, you know, try and get it to the point where, you know, anyway, so yeah, so there would be, you know, the weaknesses, the strengths and weaknesses you can then inflict on the monsters. And then on top of that, we would still keep the 2x damage thing going. And so if you were to hit perfectly a blackjack, you would then be able to do 2x damage with that. So basically the idea is you as a player can hopefully set up these chains, these chain reactions where, you know, you're trying to not only create, you know, create debuffs on the monsters, you know, set a new elemental weakness for them, which then the next cards are coming in and then hitting against that weakness. But then you're also trying to actually hit 21 so you can do 2x damage. So it's still working the exact same way as before. It's using your elemental damage right here based on each one of these cards. So you're still building out your spells and things like that. But then you as a player are actually setting up your chains, and you set up your 13 card chain, and it just runs across from left to right. And yeah, and then basically the idea is if you bust, you lose all of the remaining cards. So if you miscalculated and you accidentally, you know, threw an 8 here as well, and say, for example, the monster's combat power was 19, and so these first 3 were 18, it's still not enough, so it needs to draw the next card. It draws the next card. You are now over 21. You bust. Every single card in this lineup, every single one, gone. It's out. It is out of play. It then goes into the discard pile, and then the monster gets to instantly attack. So yeah, it negates all turn orders and things like that. The monster just gets to attack because you busted. You've lost all your cards. They're gone. Same thing, like if you get all the way to the end, like say for example, I've set up this chain perfectly to the point all the way up until the very last card, and this last card is not enough to go over. It's not necessarily going to bust, but it can't do anything, and so then it just gets discarded. So it's kind of just a wasted card at that point. Anyway, that is basically the general idea. Again, I'm still setting it up, trying to get it to the point, because again, here's the thing, it's a very weird process to, in RPG Maker, set up these image layers to be able to interact like this, to like move back and forth while holding onto the card. You wouldn't know it. You wouldn't know it. When I pick up this card, this jack is actually image layer 101. This is to any, you know, RPG Maker creator out there. This is card number like image layer 101. As it's moving over and it gets to here, it now swaps to 102. Now it's 103. Now it's 104. 103, 102, 101. So it's very weird. It's weird to keep track of all like the variables and things like that. It's like every time it switches a card, it's swapping out the image layers and variables, and yeah, it's just bizarre stuff. So it does take a little bit of time to get all this working. Just this right here, where it's actually just like moving the cards around, just these first 3 cards, because again, like I can't even have the 4th card. I can pick up the 4th card, but I can't do anything with it. All of that is, so this is just the setup, and then this is the actual moving around, and this is the setting down, and then this is more of the interaction, all on the back end doing stuff. I'm gonna go through after and probably like tighten it up a little bit just so there's less code, but for now I'm just kind of doing it much more manually just to like get it action. Anyway, yes, that is what we've got. Will the symbols be the same on all the number cards? Nothing but the colors separates them. I probably will go through and change the look of the cards a little bit more. For now, I just threw on these, you know, gold oval things as of right now. There's nothing set in stone for these cards. The only thing that's set in stone is the actual like card itself. So having like this brown border and then the red and, you know, the green, that is kind of what we're at right now. What I actually kind of want to do is kind of like how on the older cards where we had these icons here, you know, we had the fire, we had the geo, the hydro, they all had like their own icons. I think I want to do that again. I may even just like take from these designs again, because these are absolutely beautiful icons. I may do that again. I just threw on these because it was fast, and I was just like, I've got to get something on there, so I just threw on these like little gold things. Yeah, they're really not that crazy. The only things that will probably stay the same are the face card icons, like the king. The queen will probably change. The jack, I'm kind of happy with the jack. I may change it, but like the cross swords, I'm like, it's kind of fun. And then this guy, I will probably do some larger icon that like is specific to the element. And who knows, I may even change the face card specifically based on the element they are as well. Because again, like you said, the only difference right now is the color, which again, if someone, like, we want to try and design this game to be as accessible as possible. And so if someone has, color blindness or anything like that, I want to make sure that it's more than just the color for like distinguishing what card is what. So yeah, that is an absolutely fantastic question. And yes, I probably will be going through and redesigning the icons themselves. But as far as like the actual shape and layout and stuff like that, I am actually very happy with how they turned out. And so yeah, so probably the only thing is going to be the elements. I may even do something where it's like, on this one, I would have like water like going through the crown on this one. For the fire, I maybe have like, fire coming out of the crown, stuff like that. So yeah, little things here and there to switch it up just a little bit. That is not the one I wanted to click on. There we go. There we go. Okay. Whew. For a second, I thought that I hadn't closed the game, and so I thought that I had accidentally been pointing stuff out while everyone was not able to see. Let's see here. Let's see. I'm locked in. Show the goods. Whoa, thank you, some random. I have some random statistics to share. Google coin flip. I did 50 flips, 27 heads, 23 tails. Most of the time, tails was crushing heads until heads got like 7 or 9 in a row. That's the thing. Random numbers in computers are so bizarre. Like, I know I've talked about this before, but random numbers for computers, if you were to say, pick a random number between 1 and 0, or 0 and 1, it could literally pick 0 a billion times in a row before it then finally did 1. And that's just because to a computer, it like random literally just means do this one or do this one. It doesn't sit there and it's, it's not taking into account, oh, well, the last 5 have been tails, so maybe I'll throw in a heads here, and then we'll go tails, 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 and then heads, heads, and tails, heads, 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 tails, tails. It can literally just be tails a billion times before it then finally does heads. So yeah, so it is a little bit weird doing random numbers with computers, which is why I'm kind of like, maybe we will just do a flip of a coin, like a physical coin. I've got to get a physical coin, so maybe. Some Rendev says, yes! Elemental stuff was what I was thinking about in terms of stuff to make things more interesting. Yeah, and that's the thing is like I do want to keep the whole elemental aspect in here as well. So yeah, there will be a bit more work that I need to do, and I will probably need to. I mean, obviously, it's actually a really great example right here. You can see there are 2 Necro 10s right here, which should not happen in a regular deck. Because I want to actually set this up as a regular deck. So I will need to set them some things up. I freaking speech impediment over here. I will need to change some things up a little bit. There are specifically 4 of each number on the card, but I will need to actually set up some variables to keep track of how many of each element has actually been drawn. So that was just an extra thing that I'm like, if this doesn't work out, or if everyone is like, that sounds like the dumbest idea ever, I do not want that at all, do not do that, then I was like, well, because here's the thing. I do want to make the game that I want to make and the game that I want to play. But also, if I'm making a game that I just want to play, then why would I be streaming it and showing it to everybody and releasing it to the public? I would just be making a game for myself, and I'd be like, cool. So I do want to make sure that everybody does like the idea of it. So long as no one has like any qualms with the idea, then I will probably finish building this out, and then we're gonna test it and see if it's good to go. I will actually keep the previous version, because I'm probably going to still have a regular game of blackjack in the game, whether it be at the bar. I may change things up a little bit with the with the monsters. But here's the other thing I was kind of thinking about. We could also, like, the ideas that have come to mind with a setup like this, I'm actually like, oh, with the mini bosses, it could be kind of fun. It could be something, to the point where like each mini boss could have their own, I don't know, way to actually mess with your hand, where it's like, hey, this mini boss will swap your first and last cards, and you have to like take that into account and be like, okay, well, if the mini boss is going to swap them, I need to make sure that I set it up in this way, and yeah. So anyway, that's all for just figuring stuff out later. Let's see, I'm concerned it might be too mathy for some people, maybe, but I think it's the right direction. I was gonna say how TF. It it was a bit to get figured out. But honestly, like once I got it going, I was like, okay, this actually isn't that bad. So literally just like, here is where I actually set the deck number. This is where it's actually choosing what card is going to be what. And again, like nothing takes into account like, oh, there's only X number of cards left. So, you know, I would implement that as well. It's just a little extra step that I'm like, if I'm not going to implement it, there's no point in going in and like having it actually take into account the deck size. Then yeah, and then it literally just like puts the cards out. That is all that does. And then this one is you actually picking up the cards. So each one of these is taking into account, again, like I said, I could definitely make this a little bit better looking with JavaScript, but for now it's just like throw it out there, get it on paper, and then call it good. Yeah, basically the way that it's working is it takes into account the X position of card number 1, and then it subtracts 44 pixels from that. Make sure that your mouse is within that, and then same thing over here. It takes into account the X position of card 1, and then adds 4 to it. That way it's kind of like taking into consideration the overlap of the cards and all that fun stuff. And yeah, and then it just kind of swaps out variables, zeroes out the variable, and that's all that is doing. And then this is just the putting down of the card. So this is actually you moving the card. This is just a couple if and if else statements. This is just you moving the card back and forth. Also limiting the width, like the width of the movable area of the card. And this is you putting the cards down. So we have got 1 through 4. And this is the actual thing taking into consideration swapping the cards back and forth as you move the card left to right. It will then swap out that card with new card layers, card variables, and all that fun stuff. So this is where it takes into consideration a bit more. It's like this right here. Yeah, so from there to there, this is everything for specifically card 2. This is if you are swapping card number 2. This is if you're swapping to the left, so it checks to see, is there a blank spot to the left? Well, then you're probably moving to the left. If there's a blank spot to the right, then move everything to the right. And yeah, so anyway, it's really not that bad. It's just kind of tedious, which is why I spent like an hour or so this morning, got most of this working, and I was like, okay, it's a decent enough prototype that I can at least showcase what it would look like to actually kind of like be setting your deck. But then I actually want to showcase eventually, probably on the Sunday stream, I'm going to work on it over the weekend, just to kind of showcase like, okay, this is what it would actually look like if you were to then, you know, set up your hand, make sure you're good to go, and then attack. The math part, though, I will say I did consider that. I did think about that, and I think what I'm going to try and do, and it's going to be a little extra work for myself, but I think what I'm going to do is I want to set it up to the point where when you are hovering over a section of cards, it will calculate what is in that section up to 21, and it will basically highlight, hey, these 3 cards, these 4 cards, these 5 cards, and this is where like it's going to be very variable heavy. And so yeah, so basically it's just going to take into account wherever you're currently hovering, from everything to the left over, how many cards is it going to require, like what section of cards is going to go into play for your first thing. And basically it would just be like, hey, to be able to get past the person's combat power, this is all the cards that are going to go into play. And then as you drag and drop them around, so like if, you know, say for example, if I don't know, because this would be 11 plus 7, so this would be 18. So then if I were to hover over this, and if, you know, if the combat power was 15 of the monster, it would be highlighting the 7 and the ace. Like they'd be like pulsing or something like that. But then if I were to swap these, then when I hovered over this section, it would then be pulsing the 7, the 5, and the ace, because all of those cards are going to be needed to be actually able to you know, get them. So I'm hoping to minimize the amount of math that people have to do in their heads, but obviously like they are smaller numbers, but it still could get a little bit tedious over time, where you're just kind of like, you're having to do like tiny, like small, simple arithmetic in your head, but also at the same time, it's just kind of like, I just want to sit down and play a game. Like I don't want to have to sit here and be like, adding numbers together. So I probably will be adding some kind of like automatic calculations and highlights to be like, hey, these are the cards you're going to need. This is how much they're worth. You know, oh, this is the amount of cards you're gonna need, this is how much they're worth. And I figure if I go left to right, that way even if I start hovering over this card, it would be like, okay, well, that's the new section because the other one. So anyway, I'll get it figured out eventually, but I did have that thought, and I'm glad you had that thought too, because that means that I'm not crazy thinking about that. So let's see here. Have you played Party House in UFO 50, Moonman? The board games Mystic Vale and Quacks of Quedlinburg have a bus style of mechanic as well that resembles blackjack. Oh, I have not. I'm gonna flick those up though, because yeah, I would love any and all you know, ideas and things like that. Obviously, like trying to not steal from anything or like Yeah, that's like the one thing that I'm like, I don't want someone to be like, oh, that specific mechanic is over here and you're doing it the exact same way. And so I'm like, ugh! Which is another reason why I almost feel like I need to maybe play, what the freak is that game? Blackjack game. Balatro. I feel like I need to play Balatro just to make sure that I'm never like directly taking a specific mechanic from that game. So that is the last thing I want. I do not want to like do something in this game and have someone be like, oh, that's exactly how it works in Balatro. And I'll be like, I thought I was being original. We'll see. We'll see. The implementation must be insane. It was a little confusing, but it wasn't too bad. Once I got it all working, it's actually not too bad. Again, like doing it 13 times, that's where it kind of gets a little bit crazy. Cause like right now I can like drag it all the way across, but it doesn't flip the cards, you know? But yeah. So it's fun. Oh. Well, that's exciting stuff. You can pick up a card and a dice. We're gonna fix it. We're gonna get things going. Actually, there's a handful of things I need to do. Oh yeah. Anyway, okay, well. You will need to show the final damage. I've made something like this with math based on selected cards, and people bounce off of the math hard. Even math I expected to be simple, but it's because they have a lot to think about, and doing the math adds an extra layer. Yeah. And that's kind of what I'm thinking is like anything that I can do to negate the math that people have to do to be able to figure out what they're doing. Like I want people to focus on what kind of chains are people creating? What kind of elements are people using? That's basically what I want people to be focusing on, not necessarily the, okay, if I've got a 5, and I've got another 5, and then I've got a 2, okay, that's 12, and now if I add a 3 to that, what would that be? 15. Okay, now if I have an ace, what would that be? So yeah, I want to avoid that as much as possible because I want it to be fun, which is why we're changing it to potentially this gameplay style anyway, is so that no one feels the need that it's boring or frustrating or complicated. So yeah, hopefully will not be the case. Hopefully. Why there's so many cards? Well, Hoodie. Potentially a new combat style for the game. Still leaning on blackjack. So I was talking to my wife about this, and I was like, here's my thought. What do you think? And she was like, I worry that it's maybe potentially straying a little bit too far from blackjack. And I was like, true. And that's like I don't want to stray from blackjack because blackjack kind of has become like the cornerstone idea of the game, and I don't want to feel like it's going away. So I do want to keep as close to that as possible. So I'm hoping with the whole, keeping below 21, you bust if you go over 21, kind of a thing. I'm hoping it's close enough. I guess we'll see. Over on YouTube, the Gaming House says it looks like the cards have golden eggs on them. I guess. Oh my gosh, it kind of does. They do kind of look like golden eggs. Yeah, we're gonna have to redesign that. We'll get there. We're gonna get there. But I do appreciate that. Thank you. Oh my goodness.
David Van Housen just turned their way into the credits of Tomb of Vercilias.
David Van Housen, that is absolutely wild. Thank you so much for doing that. I appreciate that. Let's get in here. Let's get this pulled up. I think that is a what?
Sayforlek just turned their way into the credits of Tomb of Vercilias.
Oh my gosh. Friggin' something has been started. Cool Man Chill, you have started something tonight. There has been so many redeems. Oh my gosh. All right, let's make sure we get this right. I'm going to put this in exactly how your usernames are. If you would like it different, let me know. But also, see, look, I know that we've already got you in here, so I will spell it the same way that you've asked me to spell it on the list already. But if you want that change, let me know. But yeah. So we've got first of all, we've got David Van. I want to make sure that I spell it right. Van Housen. There we go. And of course, let's see. Let's come over here. Seelick, as you know, or maybe you don't know. As you know, though, you are now an X2 VIP section name in the credits member. There we go. X2. Not bad, Seelick. Not bad at all. Absolutely beautiful stuff. Fantastic. I love it. I love it. Oh, wait. Dazu. I think you were X2? Maybe? I think. That's kind of embarrassing that I didn't put an X2. I moved your name, but then I didn't actually put an X2. That's my bad. Yeah, thank you. And congratulations, you two. Thank you so much. I do appreciate that. That is a lot of channel points to be spending, which means you have watched a lot, and I do appreciate that. So thank you. Thank you. Let's see. Okay. I'm just gonna make sure that I get caught up on everything, and then we're gonna switch back and be doing the stuff. So Oh, let's see. Yes, we got to make sure, yeah, the math isn't too bad. Why there's so many cards. Shoot, I was eating. Neat cards, neat vines. Thank you, Sealer. Thank you. I appreciate that. Neat you. Thank you. I love math. I know you do, and I know other people do as well. And honestly, like, to be fair, it is very basic math, right? You're literally at, like, the biggest number you're adding is an 11. So it's like, it's not like it's complicated, but I do want to remove as many barriers as possible from people wanting to play the game. Not only just being able to, but also wanting to. And if someone's like, hey, I don't want to sit here and, you know, add up values of cards all night, totally fine, totally fair, totally understandable. And that's why I'm kind of like, I'll add it. And then I may even add an option where it's like, if you don't want your cards automatically being counted and added up, then, you know, turn off the highlights, turn off the counting and stuff like that. So hopefully, I want to try and make sure that as many playstyles as possible are in here. So, let's see. You're welcome. My qualms, Moon, is I think there's not enough math. Well then, I'm going to add a cool man chill math mode where it'll do weird things. And we'll see what we can get going for you. For this kind of system, I think there should be cards that modify the rules to make things more interesting. So, actually, I'm glad you mentioned that, because I started thinking about it, and the new perk cards, like the potential for new perk cards, is kind of... It kind of gets a little bit crazy. Oh, wait. Wait a minute. Modify the rules to make things more interesting. Like, there should be a card that doubles the value of the card to its right, or maybe a card that nullifies the value of the card to its right, stuff like that. Okay, I wasn't quite sure if you were joking or not. But yes, absolutely. So yeah, so like the perk cards that we could potentially choose and add now, like obviously, you know, we can keep these ones, you know, blackjack, 3x damage, 100% can absolutely do that. The double draw, we might have to change that just because like the drawing doesn't really come into account, like doesn't really do anything now if we go with this new system. So, you know, there's obviously the perk cards we will have to change a bit here and there as we go through. But yeah, a lot of them could be really fun where it's like, yeah, basically, you know, if, you know, say for example, if you have 3 hydro cards in a row, the next hydro card does double damage or something like that. Or, you know, if you add more than 5 geo cards in one, we're gonna have to also figure out a name. You can't say hand because this would technically be your hand. But basically, yeah. If you add 5 geo cards to your first sequence, we call it a sequence. If you have 5 geo cards in your first sequence, then the next sequence does X number of damage and things like that. Yeah, it could be a ton of fun to be able to add different multipliers, modifiers, things like that to make it so that you could just do crazy things with your runs. And again, like that, then it gets down to the point where it's like you're gonna have to remember what do you have over here, what perk cards have you already chosen, and what could actually be affecting your deck. So, yeah. Oh yes, the highlight idea is it. Well, there we go. That is what we're going to go with then. I was trying to think of a good way to represent in UI. I like that a lot. Thank you. I appreciate that. I do. Moon, what if I want to do math? We'll figure it out. I promise. I'll also try this game on itch, Moonman. Dungeon and Degenerate Gamblers. I have seen this game on Steam, and I've been meaning to get it, just so I can kind of see how they do things. So, 1, I can avoid stealing all the ideas, and 2, that way I can kind of see, like, how would someone who knows how to make a game like this? Yeah, I do have it wishlisted on Steam, and yeah, it would be a lot of fun. Although, is this just free to play on? Huh. Actually, kind of surprising. Yeah, it's $15 on Steam, so I'm kind of like, well, if I can just play it here. Bookmarked. That is bookmarked. Let's see. Hey, wait. I'm kind of rich enough. Oh, yeah, true. And yes, he's seen that one. He's dual wielding. Also, Moonwood, as soon as you read this, I'm buying name and credits. Nope, never mind. Ad. Well, see, look. I've seen it now. No, this can't be. I'm too poor. Can't hear you. So many people have bought name in the credits. That's my first one yet. It's not bad. Oh, wait. It's not my first purchase. That's true. You're a 2 now. I would like to give thanks to Loki, whose gifted sub let me earn this faster. That's true. Let's hear for Loki. There should be one-time use that's literally only double or nothing. For like the hand? Is that what you're talking about, or something else? So here's the other thing. We have the items here that we could also use to modify cards. Where basically the idea could be, you could have something in here, I don't know, like say for example, I don't know, just imagine this isn't slime or something like that. Imagine this is some kind of like geo something, where it's like you could literally drag and drop it onto a card, and you could turn that card into a geo card. So it's like, you could go and purchase items that could be helpful for setting up your deck in such a way where it's like, oh, I'm like, you know, if you're just like, I'm literally one away, or I wish this thing was a different suit, or whatever it may be, and you can just be like, oh, I'm going to drag and drop this onto it, it changes the suit, and then there you go. Now all of a sudden, instead of having a Hydro 10, you now have a Geo 10, and then you can get things set up and yeah, make things better. So yeah, I'm hoping, I'm very hopeful that this will be fun. I guess we'll see. I guess we will see. Anyway, like I said, though, that is going to be for a different day when I actually finish that and get it all done. I just wanted to get that out there, let you all know what I'm potentially thinking in terms of switching up the combat in the game. So we'll see what it feels like, we'll see what it looks like, and hopefully it'll actually be fun. I hope. Fingers crossed. Now, where are we? Oh, that's right. We're making it so that you can actually activate the portal and then get out of the tomb. So, yes, we got this mini game right here. Let's see. I think we have it to the point where it is now erasing the pictures. Yes, the portal opens up for like half a second, and then it erases everything there, and then takes you back to here. Obviously, this is not the exit portal, so we do need to do that. I think that's probably like one of the last things that we need, is actually setting up the portal to be used. So, exit room is in 5. Oh, crap, I forgot. Okay, let's actually turn off the monsters now. Oh, also, I think that I talked about this on the previous stream, maybe. I think that I finally decided, because I had made this color palette, right? Like this one, I was like, this is the final color palette. This is the last one. This is the last one we got. We got nothing else past this. And then I made one last color palette. But I think I can pretty confidently say this is the final color palette. This is the one we are going to be sticking with. It's what I made the cards with. I've actually recolored a few things, and I feel like it feels pretty good. So this here, I believe, should be the last newest color palette that we're going to be using. This should be the one. This should be the one. No more after this. I feel very happy with it. So with all the colors right here, they're all very true to all these different colors, but then they are very middle of the road. So they're like somewhat desaturated. Like obviously, like you can get still some fun colors out of them. And I really like the desaturated, but still they're like a vibrant desaturated, if that makes any sense. It really does not. So yeah, so we got all of those, which is absolutely fantastic. And then I went through and I made sure to create some like almost like pastel-y colors for things like skin tones, paper, very light things, and then of course the grayscale right here. Gotta have that. And yeah, I think I'm pretty sure, 99% sure, this should be the final freaking color palette for the game. And if it's not, I apologize. Anyway, neon green when? Never. Never. This is the closest you're gonna get to neon green, right there. Look at that beautiful green. That is a very ugly green, actually. What the freak just happened? What? Oh. Well, that's exciting stuff. Apparently, if you are clicked in media player, wait. 1, 2. Okay, so apparently if you press Control-0, it mutes media player. But then pressing Control-0 does not unmute media player. So that's exciting stuff. I'm not gonna lie, I had a mini panic attack right there. I thought my computer froze. I thought my computer had froze, and I was like, oh my gosh. I was gonna be very furious if it had frozen and the stream was gone. Yeah, it would have been very tragic. Anyway, let's see here. There should be a one-time use. Oh, yeah. By the way, how's the seal dare going? To get a seal inside the tomb? It's coming along. Eventually, once I get back to the whole monster creation thing, it is gonna happen. It is gonna happen. I just need to get to the point where I can actually create a seal monster and then have them in the tomb. So it is gonna happen. They're gonna be in there. We'll see about that. Maybe it will get in the game. But as of right now, these are the greens we've got right here. I think it's decent. All right. So let's see. What do we got? What do we got? We need. Come over here to the portal. I think portal 6. Yeah. Also, do you have Spiderette Solitaire? Do you mean Spider Solitaire? I don't think I do. Not installed anyway. You said no. You said, do I know Spider Solitaire? Yes, I do. I do know it. I do know Spider Solitaire. It confused the crap out of me when I was younger. I did not. I had a very hard time grasping the concept of Spider Solitaire. But yes, I do know Spider Solitaire. To answer your question, yes, I do. Spiderette, it only uses one deck instead. Oh, okay. Well, that would be a lot easier for me to understand. Maybe. Actually, when I was a kid, the way that I would play Spider Solitaire is I would make it so that there was only one color. So it made it a lot easier when I was just like, oh, yep, all the cards are black, and I can just put any card on any card, and we're call it good. Yeah, one deck sounds interesting. Does it make it worse or better having just the one deck? I mean, obviously it would be shorter, right? The game would be just shorter because what I would assume anyway. I think what we can do is I think we can use Portal 6 because it is the size of the actual, portal room here. I think we just need to recolor it. It's shorter, but I think the same difficulty. Okay, that's fair. I would honestly kind of prefer that because if it's shorter, when you're gonna lose, you'll find out you're gonna lose sooner, and then you can just jump in and start a new one. Okay, so we need to portal puzzle active. I think what we need to do actually is portal puzzle start. We need that switch. That way, when you go into the exit room, let's see which one. Is this one? To master, go through portal. Go through portal, tune to the glyphs, and then submit blood sacrifice. Feel an odd pull in your mind as if guiding you toward a specific room inside the tomb. Okay. Revealed mini boss room. So which one is it? Glyphs on the sigil are glowing and a purple swirling vortex has consumed the wall. Go through portal. An odd circular frame with mysterious glyphs is construction into the wall. The bricks behind it are oddly discolored, almost like prolonged exposure to something has changed them. Interact with the glyphs. Turn on show dialogue. Okay. Because there's more required, but more options. That's a good point. Good point, Seelick. Victor Gaming Zombie says, I have to go. I hope you have a great stream. P.S. I agree for what it's worth. I'd like to see more math. Well, Victor Gaming Zombie, I'll see what we can do. I probably will make it so you can actually, like, turn it off and turn it on. That way, if you want to do it more, then you're good to go. And if not, then you don't have to. So, multipliers and whatnot. Oh, the multipliers too. Yes. Hopefully that will be a lot more fun as well, with different multipliers, and also just like finding the best way to create these chain reactions to get the most amount of damage as well. That's the other thing is I'm like thinking, you know, because it's like not only is like you're aligning the different elements, but then you're also like having to figure out like exactly how many of each to put in order, and yeah, I'm hoping that it'll be good. I hope. I guess we'll see. I guess we will see. Time will tell. But I do appreciate that. So hopefully have an absolutely fantastic rest of your week, and whoop, I will see you on the next stream on Sunday. So till then, good luck, and yeah, I appreciate it. Seelick says, oh yeah, how was your Thanksgiving? It was fantastic. I ate way too much, especially considering I'm trying to diet a little bit, and that did not go so well. I feel like I picked probably the worst time to start a diet. Like I started a rough diet like a month ago now. It's gone okay. I've lost like 6 pounds, but we're gonna see. It's probably gonna be completely reversed after today because I ate way too much food, way too much. But it's hard to say no. It's hard to say no when you have so much good food sitting there. Like turkey was amazing, the stuffing was amazing, the potatoes were amazing, just amazing pies out the wazoo. Yeah, it was good. It was good. It was great. How was yours? How was your Thanksgiving? Okay, so this is when it then says interact with the glyphs. An odd circular frame. So this is actually showing the dialogue. Interact with the glyphs. So then we say, over here, go through portal. Okay. And this one, interact with the glyphs. The glyphs on the sigil begin glowing as a purple swirl of vortex consumes the wall. So I think this is where we need to be. No, because this is actually... Or... I think we actually need to take this dialogue here and put it on the other end. Attune to obelisk. You feel an odd pull in your mind as if guiding you. Okay, so this is attuning to the obelisk. And this is interacting with the glyphs. Okay, so I think what we need to have happen, so let's keep the parallel process on. I think what we need to have happen is, over here, we need to take that dialogue so that when you finish the puzzle, so you'll jump in, so you basically click a button to say, hey, interact with the glyphs. It'll pull up one of these puzzles, one of these, I don't know, however many puzzles, and then as long as you beat it, it'll activate the portal, and then it'll take you back to the room, and it'll then switch over all the dialogue, have the swirling portal, have all of that stuff. Yes. Pretty sure that's actually what we need to do. Yeah. Let's see here. Constantine of Rome. First of all, welcome. I did not expect to see a Constantine of Rome in here, but yeah, welcome. Glad you're here. Says, hi, I'm going to start making a game in this game engine soon myself. You have inspired me. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. That is my goal. That is my goal, to inspire, to hopefully highlight the fun things you can do with RPG Maker. And yeah. So first of all, I'm grateful you're here. Thank you so much for saying that. I do appreciate that, and would absolutely love to hear updates about the project as it goes along. Yeah, so I hope you feel like you will be able to share them. If not, totally understandable. But yeah, that is super awesome. And yeah, if you have a story to tell, if you want to get it out in game form, the best thing to do, just start. Like, don't tell yourself, oh yeah, I would like to make this game one day. I'll do it in a few months. I'll do it in a year. I'll go learn this thing a little bit, and then maybe I'll jump into it. Like, just make it. There's no better time to start making your game than right now. The only time better to have started making your game was yesterday, or the day before, or the day before that. But the next best time is right now, to get started right now. Keep the stream up. Don't leave the stream. But yeah, highly recommend. Especially. Let me actually pull this up, and then we go to RPG Maker. Are they on sale right now? Ooh, they're on sale right now. If you do not own RPG Maker, now is the time to buy. Look at that. Freaking RPG Maker 2003 is 90% off, $2. RPG Maker 2000 is 90% off, $250. MV, okay, MV is the one that I'm using right now. $12, 100% worth it. 100% worth it. Highly recommend. $11, not bad at all. Yeah, highly recommend. MV is great. I would probably say if you've got the money to do so, MZ is what I would actually recommend. So if you've got the $35, I would recommend MZ. If not though, MV, you can do 95% of what MZ can do. And it's going to be cheaper. And yeah, you can still do crazy things with MV as well. But yeah, MZ, I would recommend more if you want to spend a little bit more money. But if you're like, hey, I want to get started, I want to figure some things out, so go with MV, get it, $10, and you know, make some fun games, you know, make some games to like learn and grow, figure out the engine if you've never used it before, and then switching over to MZ is basically there's very little you're gonna have to change once you know MV. Switching over to MZ, that is honestly kind of the greatest thing about using RPG Maker, is the amount or lack thereof of learning you have to do to go from engine to engine. Yeah, like you could literally, if you know RPG Maker 2000, which came out, okay, obviously, you know, release date 2015, not true, on Steam it is, you could use this engine that is 25 years old, and again, about 95% of the things that you would learn in this engine and about this engine, you could translate that to the newest RPG Maker MZ, and for the most part, it's all going to look and feel the same, which is just crazy to me. It's crazy that is the fact. But yeah. So highly recommend, especially if you just want to make some just like fun, you know, little games here and there. I would actually very much so recommend RPG Maker 2003. That is what I would recommend if you wanted a very cheap engine you can do some really fun stuff with, but you don't want to worry about, you know, having to do any kind of coding or anything like that, because with RPG Maker 2003, you don't even have the option to code, so you won't ever feel like you have to jump in and do any coding and stuff like that. But you can still make absolutely crazy stuff, and I don't know what it is about the tile set and the character set, the combat system and everything like that about 2003. I love it so much. It's so good. I cannot recommend 2003 enough. It is amazing. So if you are very strapped for cash and you're like, I want to spend no more than $2, RPG Maker 2003, that is the way to go. $2, and you can make some absolutely fantastic games. So highly recommend for that one. But if you're wanting to jump in and you know, really try and get as much bang for your buck, then yeah, RPG Maker MZ. It is the newest in the Maker series, in the mainline Maker series. There is technically other newer engines that, despite, even though this may ruin my potential for maybe eventually being able to get a review copy of a future engine, I would not recommend. I would not recommend RPG Maker Unite. Absolute hot garbage. And most people agree with me. RPG Maker Unite. Wait. Can you wait. Unite. Can you not? Is that an Epic Games Store exclusive? Or maybe by a different publisher? Software. You got Action Game Maker, which this again, I wouldn't consider it to be in like the mainline series, even though they call it Maker. It's not RPG Maker. And they definitely are going a lot further from their, like, you know, what they've established over the years, which is fine. You know, obviously using the same UI that they've been using for 25 years kind of gets a little bit old, and they're very restricted. And you can do some really fun and cool things with this engine. But again, it's also it has mixed reviews because it's not that good from what I've heard. From what I've seen, not great, unfortunately. So anyway, yeah. Let's see. What software? I could have sworn, but I guess not. Okay, why is it not? Oh my gosh, freaking Steam. Why? Be a checkbox. Don't just be a highlight. What is this? Okay. All right. We're good. Anyway. Yeah. Oh, yeah, there's also Pixel Game Maker. That one was even worse. So you got Pixel Game Maker, and then Action Game Maker was like their successor to that one, because Pixel Game Maker was absolutely terrible. Even worse so. And yeah. Anyway, that is a very long tangent. I'm just going to say, RPG Maker 2003, if you are on a very tight budget, but you still want to be able to make games and learn and grow, RPG Maker 2003, if you've got the money, if you got like $30 to spend, RPG Maker MZ, absolutely fantastic. If you want to kind of go in the middle ground where it's like, it's newer, but not super like the newest of the new, go with RPG Maker MV. It's what I use, and you can do some really fun and cool things. So that is what I would recommend. I have to wait till December 1st to get the engine. Totally understandable. And that's totally fine. Like, it should be on sale, honestly, probably over the next couple weeks anyway. So I'm getting MZ. I have some cool ideas. I even made some of the elemental powers and save system and so on. Very nice. Yeah, that's awesome. But yeah, again, I am super excited to hear about the progress you make on the game. So yeah, make sure to jump back in, keep us updated, because yeah, would absolutely love to hear what you got going on. All your ideas. I love hearing about other people's ideas for the games they want to make, the games they are making, all that fun stuff. Man, why do some people gotta be such buzzkills and try to dissuade people from learning a hobby? Wait, Matthew, are you talking about me? Or are you talking about somebody else? I hope you're not talking about me. Because, I hope I'm not dissuading anyone. I hope. Oh, that's right. Okay. Yeah. So we're doing the puzzle. We need to show. Okay. No, not you. I am slightly venting. Oh, okay. Fair. Well, vent away. I would absolutely love to hear what you got on your mind. What's going on? What is going on, Mathra? Also, welcome. I'm glad you're here. Don't ever feel dissuaded, though. Do not ever feel, especially for a hobby. Like, if it's a hobby, do not ever feel dissuaded. Like, because here's the thing. With a hobby, you don't necessarily have to be good at a hobby. A hobby is a hobby. It's something that you enjoy. It's something you do to pass the time. So even if it's something that, like, yes, maybe there's some room for constructive criticism. Maybe there's room for someone to be like, maybe this isn't for you. If it's a hobby, like, what does it hurt anyone if your hobby, even if it's something that, like, they think you're not good at, or they think that, there's somebody better out there and someone could do it better. Like, first of all, it's not their hobby, it's yours. So, like, don't, like, anything they say about it, like, just don't listen to them. Second of all, there's nothing wrong with having a hobby. Like, even if it's something you struggle with, like, freaking, I struggle with this. And this is a hobby of mine. It is the bulk of my free time that I spend is playing. Feels like playing an RPG Maker. And am I good at it? I know there's a lot of people out there that are better than me. That's for sure. And but hey, just because someone out there is better than me doesn't mean that I can't come in here and make my game. Doesn't mean that just because something out there is better that I can't make what I want to make as good as it can be possibly made. So yeah, Athera, I am so sorry that someone's being a buzzkill for you, but keep in mind, it is not their hobby, it's your hobby, and it doesn't matter what the reason may be that they are trying to dissuade you, whether they think you can't do it, they think that you're not good enough, they think, whatever they think, it doesn't matter. What matters is as long as you're having a good time with it, as long as you're enjoying it, as long as it's something that is helping you pass the time, and you're enjoying that time spent, then yeah, end of the day, that's all that matters. I'm going to learn some woodworking so that I can make a prototype of my sword I have been designing. There's someone I know that is always talking in a way to make it sound like a bad idea. Well, yeah, I do not listen to a single thing they have to say. Like, unless this is someone who is like the greatest woodworker in the world and they have had a horrible negative experience and they're like, I do not want anyone have to go through this same negative experience ever. Then just anything they say, just kind of be like, sure. I know it can be difficult because here's like, trust me, I've heard many times from many people the negative things, and it is very difficult to push off those negative things. It's very easy to absorb the negative, even if there's a bunch of positive coming towards you. Even if you're the one that wants to do this thing, it is very easy to absorb that negative, whatever it may be. But it's going to be so much better at the end of the day if you just kind of go, all right, sure, whatever, fine. And who knows, maybe one day you can rub it in their face and be like, look at this, giant sword, giant wooden sword. Take that, sucker. Honestly, maybe they're the ones that want to get into woodworking, but they're too scared to actually do it. And so if you're actually going to do it, maybe really what it is they're scared, they see you doing it, and then they're questioning themselves. They're like, why aren't I doing this? But instead of actually doing something, they're like, don't, that's stupid, that's dumb, don't do that. You'd be bad at it, whatever it is that they're saying. And yeah, it could very well be a personal insecurity of theirs. And maybe they're just letting that out. Who knows? Oh, trust me, they are not making me doubt my choice. I'm making this dang thing. I want to get into cosplay, and this is the first step. There you go. There you go. The guy has no real hobby aside from fishing. Oh. Fishing. Okay, nothing against fishing. If someone fishes, I mean, that's fine, fair, like, whatever. I think it's extremely boring. I've never understood the appeal of fishing. I'm always just like, I would rather lay out on a hammock than fish. That's my own personal thing. So if you fish, not saying, I know there's people who would be like, you like to lay out on a hammock, you like to go do this thing, you like to make games. But yeah, if someone basically only enjoys fishing and they're telling you not to do woodworking, yeah, don't listen to what they have to say. Do not listen to it. Not worth it. Not worth listening. Okay, let's see what we've got here. All right, so yes, I believe it is. Crap. Nope. Yes, right here. Interact with the glyphs. This is if it's released, though. The glyphs on the sigil begin glowing. So I think this is the blood sacrifice, then. Yeah? Is that what that is? There's not really anything. Ah, crap. Forgot. Gotta turn this thing back on. There we go. There we go. Let's see. Constantine of Rome says, in my opinion, just make what you love and make it fun for you, so it's also fun for others. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. If you're not enjoying what you're doing, there's probably not a reason to be doing it, unless of course it's work. I guess that's kind of necessary. And pooping. I don't know anyone that enjoys pooping. It is necessary, but in terms of hobbies, things that you're doing, fun things like that, if you're not enjoying yourself, then there's not a point. But if you are enjoying yourself, doesn't matter what anybody else says, because if you're having fun, chances are other people who either watch you doing the thing you're doing or see you doing the thing you're doing is probably also going to have a little bit of fun watching and seeing that. Agreed, fishing is so mind-numbing. It feels like a waste of time most often. You can spend hours sitting there and catch nothing. Yeah, the 2 times that I've been fishing, and who knows, maybe if I've actually caught something, it would change my mind. But the 2 times that I've ever been fishing, when I was younger and as an adult, never caught anything. And we sat there for about 3 hours, and we would cast, and we'd just sit and wait, like 20 minutes, just doing nothing, and be like, all right, start reeling it in a little bit, and then we'd cast it again. I'm just like, I think the guy maybe caught 1 fish while we were there, and I'm just like, okay, maybe it was just a bad place that he took me, but I'm just like, it just, Oh well. Oh well. Let's go to room 53. Let's see what we've got. So room 53. So right here, it says an odd circular frame with mysterious glyphs, yada, yada, yada. So if you click interact with glyphs. So those are the 2 options we have, interact and attune. So let me come up over here. We need to turn off that and that. Go. And let's come over to here. So I believe if we come over to page 4 and we look in here, odd circular frame with mysterious glyphs is constructed into the wall. Odd circular frame with mysterious glyphs is constructed into the wall. Okay, so that means this guy right here is what it shows when you enter the room. Okay, so then over here, this is if exit portal activated is on. Else, interact with the glyphs. Else, attune to the obelisk. Okay, so instead of interact with the glyphs, Start portal puzzle. Puzzle. That's how you spell puzzle. This is actually what you do to actually start the portal puzzle. So this is if I were to click this, it will then do these things right here. I think as of right now, if I just click on that. Oh. Okay, so we're part way there then. We are part way there. Portal puzzle underscore 11 dash dash dash. Okay. Huh. So it turns off show dialogue. Makes sense. The glyphs on the sigil begin glowing as a purple swirling vortex consumes the wall. Go through portal. Very nice. So this is going to show that. This is going to show that. This is going to show that. Okay, so we don't need any of those. So let's... Yeah. Delete, delete, delete. And this does all of these puzzle pieces, which, again, we do not need any of these. So... Portal puzzle 11, 12, and 13. Portal puzzle 11, 12, and 13. Oh. Okay. Yes. Okay. So, yeah, so we don't need those. So let's delete, delete, delete. And then erase picture 38. I don't know what that one is. So we're going to keep... No, 38 is the highlight. Okay, so delete 38. Turn on floor exit puzzle. Floor exit puzzle is on. Okay. And then your portal puzzle start. Okay, so floor exit puzzle. Let's turn that on. There we go. That means we can delete 152. Yeah, 149. So it turns on 149. 149 is on. Then it does a random number between 1 and 2. So randomly picks one of those puzzles. Cool. Then over here, turns on exit floor activated. Pulls up the puzzle. Tune to the obelisk. So, is there anything that actually shows the swirling portal? I thought there was, but maybe there's not. Starting room, exit 53. We do interact with the glyphs. It will then pull up one of the puzzles. Puzzle. Cannot read property, rotate of undefined. What? Oh. 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 Okay. All right. So this shows portal 6. That and then exit. Okay. Okay. I gotcha. And exit event portal. Exit. Okay. Oh my gosh. Okay. So exit event processing there. Cool. So let's do. I think what we can do. Room exit 2. What is room exit 2? Room exit 2. Okay. But swaps out this picture that has the stuff here with that picture that doesn't have the bricks there. Good to know. That's commented out though. Let's cut all that. Delete that. And then let's do... This is if floor exit puzzle is on. Yes. Okay, so then over here, the ending of it all, what we need to then take into consideration. And turn on 69, and then it turns off 150. Also turn off 149. Yeah. Okay. Now that should, I hope, be correct. Yeah, room 31. Go to room 31. Crap. I need to go there. Let me go. Sometimes the random gen is just an absolute pain. There we go. So if we interact with the glyphs, it should turn on a puzzle. Okay, well, it hasn't aired out yet, so that's good. Turns on the portal, and then... Dang it! Ooh, that's right. Okay, so it's not showing the portal here. Maybe. Maybe it's not. Let's do this. F8. We want to say game screen dot picture 6. Picture 6. Wait, no. It's not picture 6. Picture 1. Picture 1 is portal 6. Okay. So, what is picture number 2? Is room exit 2. Picture number 3? Decor 0. Decor 0 is... Decor 0 is just a blank image. Okay. 4. 4 is door 10. 5 is dungeon UI. Is dungeon UI, so that's this guy right here. 6 face. 7 is dice. Okay. So image layer 1 should be showing portal. If I leave and come back, now it's showing. So the portal activated is on. You should be happening already, right? Just here at the very end. Yeah, that's literally the exact same stuff. Okay, let's also turn on control switches, turn on dialogue. Find previous. Show dialogue. So turn on show dialogue. Okay. Let's head over to room 45. Interact with the glyphs. Pulls a puzzle. Ah, balls. Why is that not working? Crap. Okay, well. Room decor. The puzzle piece. 4, 12, 8, 13. Huh. I don't know why that's not showing anything. Yeah, why? 8 of 13. 8 of 41. You're showing if 149 is equal to false. What? But then 149 is what gets turned on, right? Turns off.
Cameron Reap says,
Ooh.
I am thankful for you all.
Cameron, I am thankful for you too. Also, sup, welcome. Just in here, you get my watch streak. Fair enough, fair enough. I appreciate you streaking in here, Cameron. Thank you, thank you. Cannot wait until this program I want for drawing goes on sale. I want to start I want to start fine-tuning my drawing for my sword and get back to practicing my art overall. That's fair. That is fair. Do you feel like it's probably gonna go on sale for like Black Friday and stuff like that? I hope so. Fingers crossed. But yeah, Cameron, thank you. I'm thankful for you as well. Hopefully I had a great Thanksgiving. Yeah. Fingers crossed. Ooh, so I think what we want to do, floor exit puzzle is. So would we not say if 149 is true? That's what I figured. Crap. Why? Why? 41 of 41. Turn on B. Is it B and... Oh! That would do it. All right, don't turn on self switch B. We want to say control switches turn on variable 69. Nice. Okay, there we go. Cameron says, just got back from my Thanksgiving dinner. Very nice. Yeah, I got back about 20 minutes before the stream started, so it was very rushed. It was very rushed to get in here. But it all worked out. Was a good time, though. It's more fun to be at gatherings when you don't have to figure others out. I mean, that's fair. That's fair, Cameron. That is fair. Matthew says, sorry, did you ask me a question? In response, I was distracted by someone and faintly heard you responding. You're good. I was just asking to see if you feel like the program is going to be going on sale for Black Friday. Also, what program is it? Constantine of Rome says, my bad, I was locked in. It's on sale till the 2nd of December. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, and honestly, as long as it's on sale until then, you got time. You've got time. In my opinion, just make what you love and make it fun. Oh, wait, I did read that one. Yes, make sure you're enjoying what you are creating, and then others will also enjoy it as well. Right, let's go to room 50. Go. All right, so let's interact with the glyphs. Should pull up a puzzle. Hey, there we go. That's what we like to see. The glyphs on the sigil begin glowing as a purple swirling vortex consumes the wall. Yes! Then you can go this way, come back. There we go. There we go. Oh my gosh. Oh, finally. Oh, that feels good to like have it most of the way be working. We still need to get a fail state, but it is feeling pretty good. It's feeling pretty good. Let's see here. David says there's a game on a offer wall called Evolving Bombs. I don't know what an offer wall is. That sounds like a fun name. I like it. Clip Studio Paint, and I hope it will be on sale then. I've got my fingers crossed. I've got my fingers crossed for you, Mathra. I'm abbreviated. By the way, you're abbreviated. Last time it was on sale, I was broke. Fair. That's totally understandable. Fun fact, playing Madden 26 on mobile is surprisingly fun. That is... I would say that's actually a surprising fact. Although, to be fair, I don't really play any of the Madden games. I have not played a Madden game since, like, the Super Nintendo, so... it is crazy how realistic they look nowadays, though. It is nuts. So much that I considered buying it on sale. It's not bad. Not bad at all. But yeah, Constantine of Rome, no worries, you don't have to apologize if you're locked in. Totally understandable. I know there are a lot of people that jump on the stream, and then they kind of like focus on what they're doing with me on the second monitor, and I love that. Absolutely love it. Through Amazon Luna, if anyone asks. Oh, okay, that would make a lot more sense. I'm like, that is pretty crazy you can get Madden 26 playing on your phone. That is pretty nuts. That would make a lot more sense. Okay, so what do we have now at this point? Then we can leave the room, come back. It's still on, still going. Absolutely fantastic. I think the only other thing, and this is specific to puzzle number 2, and that is, I want to say, actually, let's do this. Let's do this. La 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 la. Yo 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 yo. Oh ho 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 ho. 28. Go to room 28. Come on, room 28. There we go. Okay, so if I interact with the glyphs, now I want to see what is... Nope, that is 80 out of 100. Zero out of 10. There we go. 0 out of 1320. Oh my gosh. What? Okay, so the current is 991. Oh, 991 plus 992 plus 993 plus 994 plus 995. Oh my gosh. It's not exactly what I want to see. It's going to make things a little bit more difficult. It should be fine, though. It should be fine. So 995. 995. What is 995? 995 is puzzle piece, like, 12, 10, 11? Variable, 995. $9.95 is puzzle piece 15. Okay. So 95, 96, 97, 98. Oh, wait, no. 91. 91 is 11. Okay, yeah. So 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97. Okay. And so then the max value is 981, 982, 93. Crap. So 981 is the starting piece. Ooh. Gotta be a better way to do this. There's got to be a better way to do this. I'm gonna figure that out. David says, an offer wall is a monetization tool in apps and websites that presents users with a list of tasks to complete in exchange for in-app rewards, such as virtual currency, extra lives, or premium features. Users opt in to complete actions like watching videos, filling out surveys, or downloading other apps, and the developer earns revenue from each completed offer. This is a user-initiated and non-disruptive way to generate income while increasing user engagement. That is pretty cool. I don't think I've ever heard of an offer wall. I mean, I've heard of the concept, but I don't know if I've ever heard it called an offer wall. That is kind of cool, though. I like that. Cameron says, okay, I'll see you later. No art today. Forgot you were streaming. No worries. No worries at all. Honestly, like, I mean, I'm hoping that I can do the full stream today. My body is just, like, so full of turkey right now that it's difficult to stay awake right now. Who would have thought that failure was harder to make? Failure is very difficult to make. But that's fair. It's fair. David says, sorry about all the text on my last message. David, you're totally fine. You don't have to worry ever about, any and all messages you want to send. Totally fine. Totally understandable. I love it. I love it. So here's kind of what we're dealing with right now. So the reason why, so there's an image gauge right here, right? That basically is filling up over time as you complete puzzles, which is what I want. But the pieces are a little bit odd. So we have two options. Option number one, we could create a second image that goes based off of different variables. That would make it slightly easier. Or option number two, we try and align the variables correctly so that each puzzle kind of works with itself. I'm kind of leaning towards, especially considering the other puzzles we have. We have a couple other puzzles we're going to be making. This is puzzle number one. This is another puzzle. So I built the circular power-up frame based off of this puzzle because it was like a hot and cold thing. Like as you move up and down, it will fill up and go down. And then we got this one. So this guy, there's going to be a single timer restricted to this. So we got this guy, the back and forth. He may need his own thing. The memory game, this one is also one that we could run into some potential issues. Let's see here. What if... What if we have this just linked to two variables? There we go. What if we have just two variables? We got the current value and the max value, and then everything else is handled in the game itself. I might do that instead. We might go with that, actually. Puzzle selection. Puzzle piece 18 and then 19. I don't know. We'll have to figure that out. Constantine of Rome says, hey, question. To make sprites and stuff with the engine, what is the best tool to use? I see some people recommend Steam game, but I'm not sure. Is Photoshop okay, or should I buy a sprite maker? So anything that you're comfortable with is going to work just fine. Any free or paid program is going to work just fine. I personally use Photoshop. That's because it's something that I have. It's something that I pay for. I do other things with Photoshop as well, and so I'm like, well, Photoshop is really good at what it does, and so that's what I do. That's what I use. But yeah, you can honestly use anything and everything. If you want to use MS Paint, you could use that. Photoshop works well. GIMP is a free alternative. You could use GIMP. I know there's a lot of people that use Sprite. Sprite is absolutely fantastic. I think that one is paid. I can't remember how much it is. Yeah, Sprite, I've heard really good things about. You can go down the lines of more open source stuff. You know, you got Krita. Krita is a big one that I know that a lot of people use. Yeah. So I mean, if you have Photoshop, like, then, you know, obviously you can do basically anything and everything with Photoshop. You can do pixel art. I mean, that's what I use. It's what I do. And yeah, so it works great for pixel art. You could use any of the others, you know, Sprite, Krita, GIMP, all of those would work just well. And then, of course, you know, the Paint, Microsoft Paint is getting better. It's still not great, but it is getting better. And so you can do a little bit more with Paint than you could do even just a couple years ago. So it's still one that, like, you're going to run into challenges, but it's not the end of the world. Same thing with GIMP. Like, for me, the reason why I don't use GIMP and I don't use Krita is because I am so used to Photoshop and all of the tools that it has. It would basically be like going from a freaking, I don't know, maxed out vehicle where it's like it's got all the bells and whistles. It's got the seat warmers, the seat coolers. It's got the sunroof, the retractable sunroof. It's got the power windows. It's got, you know, auto steering and all this fun stuff. And then you switch to a car that maybe has heated seats but not cooled seats. It's got a moon roof, but you got to, like, manually pull the thing back. It's got, you know, lane assist, but it doesn't necessarily have you know, collision detection, stuff like that, where it's like, you know, it's there would be certain things where, like, if that's what you've used for so long, the first vehicle, you're gonna be like, oh well, I'm so used to all these other things, it's gonna be difficult to switch over. But if you're not used to any of that, I would honestly say that I'm actually kind of jealous, because then you can just switch over to one of those programs, and even if it's missing some things that Photoshop has that it doesn't, if you're not used to it, then it's like that. You're not really ever gonna notice or know. So yeah, so obviously, you know, again, anything and everything that you can make art with, you can use to create assets for RPG Maker. Knowing the resolutions of the assets, it is very important. And so I made a short about this, and it's been very controversial. Use what comes with RPG Maker as a reference. Make sure that you are looking at the way that they position and size their sprites, their characters, their animations, anything and everything like that. Make sure that you use those to kind of like figure out, okay, like this is where I put this thing, this is where I put this thing, this is how I kind of configure this. 48 pixels is the default for RPG Maker MV and MZ. You can change that in RPG Maker MZ very easily. Obviously with RPG Maker MV, you can kind of change it with plugins. But yeah, so for MZ, the default is 48 pixels. For a single tile is 48 pixels. And then I think the resolution's like 864 by something. I can't remember what the default is. I always change it to 720p. That's just me. I always change it. I always upscale it. Anyway, yeah. So anything that you can make art with, you can make something for RPG Maker. But you know, if you want the Rolls Royce that you're going to be paying honestly too much for, you could go with Photoshop. But anything else that can make art and export art is going to be just fine, and you can get the job done. Asebrite is the one I've heard about. Yeah, honestly, really great things I've heard about Asebrite. I don't know if you've ever seen Fairly over on YouTube, but Fairly is also another content creator, game developer who uses Asebrite a ton, and he is so good at it. He does way better than what I can make, and yeah, all done in Asebrite. And so I know that you can make absolutely insane things in Asebrite. Yeah. So that is one that I know that I can recommend, because I know there are other people that use it a lot, and they do really good stuff. Yeah, Magic Lasso tool. Yeah, that one is nice. If I was just making pixel art, if I was just doing RPG Maker stuff, I would probably be a little bit more tempted to try something else. The thing is that I do a lot of other projects on the side that I use Photoshop for, and so it helps for me anyway a lot, because again, like, all of the assets that I make, like for like my entire stream setup, all the stuff in here, I do a lot of like photo editing for like photo shoots that I do, and it's like for me, I can like more easily justify it, because I do use Adobe products for a lot more than just making pixel art for a game. But if it was just pixel art for a game, I probably would go with something like Asebrite or Krita, or potentially even GIMP. Honestly, like the biggest box I would say that makes things very much easier when you are creating assets is whatever you're using, make sure it has layers. If it has layers, you're basically set. Like anything else you can learn, you can get used to like the way that, you know, different programs are set up and the way they work and stuff like that. So long as it has layers though, which I feel like basically everything nowadays, except for Paint, I don't think Paint still has layers. I could be wrong, but as long as you have layers you can work off of. Actually, now I wonder. I guess I could look at it over here. What is that? Opacity, thickness, size. Okay. Selection. Layers. Oh my gosh, they do have layers. They got layers in Paint now. Holy smokes. I guess I have not looked at it very much recently. Okay, well, there you go. You got layers. You got layers in Paint. Well, there we go. I had no freaking idea. Well, very exciting stuff. Hide layer, duplicate layer, move up, delete layer. What about, though, can I, what if we do this? What if we fill you in with black? And then you, can I... Remove background. Generative erase. We got some co-pilot assistants in here. I don't know how to get this menu back. I guess, oh, okay. Yeah, that is the one thing that I would say, and maybe it's possible. That's probably like the one thing that I'm kind of like, oh, that would be something that I would miss. and that is being able having more options for the layers. Because, like, I mean, the fact that you have layers and you can, you know, hide, duplicate, merge down, move up, move down, delete layer, all that stuff, that is great. That is absolutely fantastic. You have the options for these kinds of things, and you can, you know, do stuff like that. That is great. That is fantastic. That is a huge step up for Paint. But the amount of times that I need to do things where it's like, okay, well, this layer, I need to reduce its opacity just a little bit so I can see what's behind it, and you can't do that in Paint. For me, that would be something that I could probably make it work, but it would be a frustration. So as long as you're not looking for something like that, you should be fine. But there we go. We've learned something new today. Paint offers options for layers. Good times. Good times. Let's see. Protocap says Sprite is the best for pixel art. Yeah, Sprite, absolutely fantastic stuff that I've heard. Again, like I said, you know, Fairly, another content creator, makes all of his stuff for his game in Sprite, and it looks amazing. The animation you can do, everything in there, yeah. From what I've heard, could recommend. Yeah, I might just use both. There you go. There you go. Yeah, I'm still kind of blown away at the fact that there are layers in Paint. That, honestly, I was not expecting. I was not expecting that at all. So, okay. Back to this quandary. What can we do here? What could we do here? Because I like having it fill up. I feel like it's a really great visual to have this whole thing fill up here. Because let me just kind of show you, just so everyone's kind of in the know of what I'm talking about. So if I switch this back to puzzle 1, so we'll always pick number 1. The whole reason why I even set it up was because originally I was thinking we would just have one puzzle for the exit room, and then that would be it. And that's all we would have. But if we go over here to room 45, go. And if I do interact with the glyphs, it pulls up this puzzle, which as I move these around, it's kind of like a hot and cold puzzle. So like as you get it closer to the correct position, this thing right here fills up. So as I move it, kind of goes up and down, you know, that kind of a thing. So I want that for other puzzles as well, where it's like as you're moving it, it will then move this whole thing up and down as well. So, yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do there. I don't know what I'm going to do there. Mather says, I still find it strange how every now and then Twitch sends me a French ad for no reason. That is very bizarre, Mather. I have no idea why I would do that. I did not turn them on, I promise. I did not turn my ads to French. But if you would like, I wouldn't do that to you. So if we were to do something like that, I think it's just going to be easier. I'm just going to create a second layer. Because we're making progress. The hot and cold seems to only work specifically with that one way that it's set up, which is fine. I don't want to have to go through and reset that thing up. It would honestly just make so much more sense to just... I don't know, would it actually be that bad? As you're dragging it... Yeah. No. Nope. We're coming in here. We're going to say puzzle number 2. So if 920 is greater than 2. You're greater than or equal to 2. Yeah. Yeah, okay. All right. Here we go. Also, I'm just going to do this just because this is so frustrating. Okay, so variable 36. That is what we want to find. Here we go. Variable 36. Let's come over here to you. We're going to say room. Game variables dot value 100. And then we're going to say exit. That's going to be game variables dot value 36. Close that. There we go. Holy smoke. Actually, let's just get rid of that. Don't say that. We'll just say 100 and then dash game variables dot value value 36 and get rid of all of that. Crap. Oh wait, we don't want minus. Dang it. Can we do M dash? Error. Error. Crap. I guess that's true. It's processing the JavaScript. Okay, never mind. Close that. Do that. Let's just do that. And then we want more JavaScript. There we go. 45, 17. So that way I will know. So I'm heading to room 17. I'm currently room 45. I need to head to room 17. Oh, that makes it so much easier so I don't have to pull up the freaking variables every single time. Okay, so interact with glyphs. Pull that up. And then let's do this really quick. Hide everything else. 3 out of 44. Let us copy and paste that. You. Go. Now, you are just going to be variable. What variable are you going to be? Puzzle piece 5 is greater than 0. And then minus puzzle piece 5. Coolmanchill says, "Good night, Moon. Before I go though, are you going to be rating someone at the end of your stream?" Yes, I do. I do plan on rating someone. I need to do better at making sure that I raid at the end of each stream. But yeah, I do plan on it. I do plan on it. So the question then is, come back over here. I'm gonna set you back to 2. Where's the progress? What progress is happening? I just realized we may have a problem with then switching to other puzzles. Okay, so the progress is we got 0%. So you are math round 983 divided by 984 times 100. Ooh. 983 minus. Okay. Okay. Well, that is a bit of a problem. Reason being. Oh, man. Okay, so we got all these puzzle pieces. We got the puzzle section. What can we do? What can we do here? Puzzle piece 19. Let's just throw that in there just because. Is there any variable that we have called just like timer? Puzzle timer and puzzle timer max? We do have puzzle timer and puzzle timer max already. 909 and 910. So if we say set U 909 puzzle timer 910 puzzle timer max. So set 910 to be 240. Then puzzle piece 5. Wait, no. Cancel. Cancel. So what are you? I guess I should figure that one out first. So 983. 984. 984. So you're mathing around 983, 984. Okay. If you're 984, that means you are the puzzle max timer. Okay. This puzzle max timer set you to 910. Cool. The 983, though, we don't have that in here at all. Okay, fair. So 910 and 909. So what if we switch you to be 909 divided by 910 fresh. What the freak is Nan? What does Nan mean? Nan percentage. N-A-N. Capital N, lowercase a, capital N. Huh. I don't know. I honestly do not know. Ooh, wait. What are you, though? 985. 985. What is 985? 985 is puzzle piece timer. Crap. Okay. We got puzzle timer and puzzle timer max. We've got puzzle timers, but we also need the tries / health / progress, whatever it may be. So you are actually 909 and 910. $9.85. Okay. So I think the puzzle timer we're going to use for this right here. This is the actual timer itself. Yeah. Yeah? Yeah. So 909 divided by 910. So then we need to say puzzle timer max needs to be like 100, right? Pretty sure it'd be 100. So if I come over to here, find room 45. Of course, I can't just go to the right. Interact with the glyphs. Okay. Obviously, not exactly what we're looking for. Oh, I have switched things that I should not have switched. Okay. So So you're if 991, 992, 993, 994, 995 are equal to 981, 982, 993, 994. That's the exact same condition here. What the freak are all these things? I don't think we need any of this. We're no longer using self switch B. Yeah, I'm pretty sure these both are just leftovers. Should have gotten rid of those a while ago. Okay, so let's get rid of these. Deleted. Deleted. And then we come over here. So if puzzle piece 3 is greater than or equal to puzzle piece 4, turn on exit portal act. Okay, so that is not what we want. We have the puzzle timer, but we need to use that for the actual timer. Next, we need... what other variables could we use? Player level progress, card suits, shop slots. Like, there's got to be some other something in here, right? Level select horizontal. We do monster HP and HP max. Could do that. If the monster HP is greater than or equal to monster HP max, then it does it. Okay. That's variable 67 and 68. Then over here, set 68 here. Over here. Monster HP. Not subtract from monster HP. Also, let's come in here. I just want to change the max time to be like 1,000. Because anytime I need time to set this stuff up. We interact with the glyphs. So 0%. You're going to be math round 909. So you're going to be 67 divided by 68 times 100. Oh. Yeah, that's a bit of a problem. Okay. All right, so we got to set the safeguards in place again. Yes. You need to be monster HP is greater than or equal to 0. Then do monster HP. Monster HP. Okay. That should be good. Yes. Now let's come in here. Oh, wait. Also, the timer. The timer. What is the timer going to be? Puzzle timer. So 910. Okay. 910. Okay, so all of that is correct now. Cool. So we basically need to say, you You're 909 divided by 910 to fixed. Okay. Here's 67 and 68. There we go. Okay. Whoop. Not that. There we go. So. That's right. That's right. -1 out of 240. 0 out of 660. 0 out of 660. Okay. So now you need to change to be... Current value is 67. Max value is 68. Right? Yeah, there we go. Goes up. Yeah, I think that makes it a little bit better, right? Then you got not only just up here, like not only down here, but you've also got up there. Kind of give you just like a little bit more of a sense of progress. I think that's good. Why did the chat clear? I think I have it set now to be after 10 minutes, messages disappear from the chat up here. Or are you talking about the chat like in the stream? I hope it didn't clear in the stream. I still see it. But yeah, if you're talking about the chat that's above my head, yeah, that one is set to disappear. Okay, terrible ad timing. Oh, did it just start playing an ad? Good old ads. Good old ads. Oh my gosh. I know that I talked about that I got a new chair recently. It is terrible. It is not good. It has like pieces of plastic in the worst spot possible. The worst spots possible. So, why is... Why is the timer not working? The condition... Here's just the image. Here's the image gauge. Image gauge, 0 of 100. 985 out of 100. Okay. That could be it. 30 more. I believe in you, Seelick. I believe in you. Okay, so this is actually does not need to be 985. This needs to be 910. Yeah. 910, which means you need to be 909. Go. Okay, what were you saying? Welcome back, Seelick. Welcome back. I was saying that, oh, it's the chats. Yes, so the chats above my head, they disappear after, I believe 10 minutes is when I have the chats disappear. So if, you know, whatever messages is, it hasn't been, like, pushed all the way to the bottom within 10 minutes, then it just kind of fades out. I don't know. I did it because on streams where, like, you know, there's a lot of, like, chat, and then the chat kind of, like, dies down for a while. I just did it to, like, have it clean up after a while, just, like, you know, there's not just chat there all the time. But, yeah. 10 minutes is usually enough to where it's, like, if people are actively chatting, which, for the most part, most people usually are, then it, you know, sticks around for a while. But if not, then it, you know, clears up, and you got a nice clear chat. Yeah. Okay, so that is still not showing correctly. Why? Why? Oh, wait! That's why. Set you to 1,000. But then we also need to say set the 909 puzzle timer, set you to equal 910. That would be why. We're setting the puzzle, but then we're not actually, you know, doing stuff correctly. All right, let's go find room 23. We'll go this way, and okay, we'll not go that way. Let's go over. Let me go over. Thank you. Oh my gosh, this freaking tomb layout is just not wanting me to do anything correctly, is it? Thank you. That's all I needed. So interact with the glyphs. There we go. There we go. Okay. So, it should be draining very slowly. I hope. No, that's still out of 1,000 out of 1,000. 909, 910. That's why. Okay. I can fix that in just a little bit. So now we need 1.0. Yeah, so 909, 910. So now game variables.value 909 divided by 910 to fixed 1. What? Are you ever going to make a lore reason that the rooms have light? Well, funny you should ask that, because I am working on kind of like reshading and making the tomb feel slightly different. And basically the idea will be, if there is no, let me actually do this really quick. If there is no top area, monster, room, torch, if there is no torch, it'll be slightly dimmer. It's kind of the general idea. I still don't have everything set up correctly yet. But yeah, so basically it'll be, you know, if there's a torch, the room will be lighter. If not, I do want to have it slightly darker than this. Yeah, so the idea is the room will be slightly darker eventually. Yeah. But I am actually currently working on redoing the look of the rooms to, like, you know, still kind of keep with the exact same theme. But yeah. So it'll brighten the color palette by I don't even remember how much. It basically just like takes whatever these images, this color palette is, and it just like shifts everything from this color palette over one. So yeah, so it's like if the walls are currently this color, which they currently are, it then shifts it over to this color is what the walls would then be colored. I mean, floor is currently this color, so then it would shift over to this color. You know, and the lower parts is this color, so it shifts over. So basically just if there's a torch in the room, then it will up the brightness just a bit. Anyway, yeah, so that's kind of where we're at. I am also kind of thinking about maybe potentially, I don't know, creating some kind of need for like a torch. And so like if the player has some kind of like lighting item, but I also don't want it to be like a tedious thing. So I don't know. We may even just say, hey, like the player has a torch. That's why. That's why it's lit up, kind of a thing. Yeah, we'll see. But I have not come up with a lore reason yet. But I do feel like maybe just saying the player has a torch is might be just what we have to do. The player has dark vision. That's why. Sounds plausible. Yeah, we'll see. We will see. Anyway, that's what we're currently got. So why? Oh my gosh. It's again. I'm sitting here like wondering why is this not working correctly? It's because freaking I have this in the wrong spot. So I haven't updated this. That's why I haven't updated it, and that is why. So let's come over here to puzzle timer. So if puzzle timer is greater than 0, then reduce puzzle timer by 1. That's literally all I had to do. Now it should make it better now. We'll see. Let's go to room 46. Still seems to be struggle. Oh, 0.9. Oh, it's because it's dividing that by a lot. Because it's oh, that's why. Okay, yes, we're saying 909 divided by 910, which is basically saying 1000 divided by 1000. And now it's like, 700 divided by 1000. Oh my gosh. Okay, let's take all of that. And let's cut you fresh. There we go. So maybe instead of that, we just need to say divided by 10. Nope. Divided by 100. Divided by 1. No, so it would be divided by 10. That seems 31, 30, 29, 28. Does that seem slow? That might be why. I don't know what I had it. I should have written down what I had before and why I had it like that before. Oh well, I'm just going around and changing things and just hoping they work. 27, 6, 25, 24, 23, 22. That feels better. Okay. Now, if we come over here and we say, set the max time to be... Ooh, I feel like 100 is going to be too small. Maybe it's going to be fine. Maybe it's going to be fine. Let's just set it to 100. See what happens. All right, let's go find room 52. Correct glyphs. 8, 7, 6. Oh no, oh no. Am I going to get it in time? Yeah, there we go. Got it in time. 1.8 seconds to spare. There we go. Go through the portal. Sweet. And then if you were to go through, it'd be like, badoo. I forgot. I forgot that's what we did when you go through the portal. Oh my gosh. That's beautiful. All right, let's do another max HP plus 5. Oh yeah, we got a max HP of whatever that is, and we got a -1 on the pyro. Dang it! That's fine. Now we're at 0. 1. All right, save. Ever wonder what the 7 other people in the stream do? Are they just AFKing it for mana? It's possible. It's possible. The timer is just a number. Basically, kinda basically. So yeah, so essentially what it is. Let me get this pulled up really quickly. Yeah, so basically what it is, we do this. We go interact with the glyphs. Yeah, so basically the timer itself is. Oh nope, that's not the one. That's the one. Yeah, so basically, so what we're saying is it is a variable, so variable 909 divided by 10, and then I add 2 fixed, 1, which basically what it does in JavaScript is it creates this this freaking decimal. That's what it's called. Creates this decimal right here. Yeah, so if in parentheses you say, or no, if after you do a number and then you say 2 fixed, and then in these parentheses I can say how far over I want it to be. So I could say, 2 fixed 2, and if I did that, it would then add another, it would break it down just a little bit more. And I could say, I don't know, I could go as far as 20, and it would add a whole bunch of zeros after it, and it would just like break it down just that much more. But yeah, so if I just say 1, then it just adds a single, not parenthesis, decimal. It adds a single decimal, so it just kind of breaks up the number just a little bit more. That way you have like the not the milliseconds, but yeah, that like 0.1% or that 0.1 count thing. Yeah, so it's pretty similar to that though. Would it be better to make it more intuitive by just having a colon like 0.5 decreasing? Maybe. Because it's never going to be more than like, a few seconds. Like honestly, like these puzzles, the ones that are timed, yeah, again, like they're probably going to be, no more like 10, maybe 15 seconds at most. Is kind of where we're leaning. So I think that it probably should be fine having just the 0 point whatever, or 10.0, 9.0, 8.0. But that way you can also see, it's like 8.9, 0.8, 0.7, 0.6, 0.5, 0.4. So you kind of have like a little bit more than just 10, 9, 8, 7, kind of a countdown going on. I don't know if it's necessarily going to be useful like that. But yeah, as far as having a colon, I feel like I guess some regions in the world would do it differently. So I don't know. I do need to have it be as universal as possible. I thought that maybe just like adding the decimal, but maybe there would be a better way to do it. But I don't know. I feel like it should be fine. I hope it's gonna be fine. I guess we'll find out. But yeah. Ooh, 1.8 again. Yeah, there we go. Constantine of Rome says, this game looks fun. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's that's what I'm going for. I'm hoping for as fun as possible. Yeah, I'm hoping that will be what I can actually achieve. Fingers crossed. I guess we'll find out when the game actually comes out and people have a chance to play it. We'll see if people actually say it's fun or not. Okay, so at this point now, that's pretty good. We need... What do we need? We change how the portal up close and far away look different. Yes. I do need to unify their look. So here's the thing. I created the smaller portal first. So if we go to portal, yeah, so I created this one first. But it was too small because it was meant for just like being on the map itself. And then when I decided that I was going to create this thing here that would basically like take up more of the screen so you could see more of what was going on, that's when I had to create this one. And so I need to make the smaller one look closer to this one. And it could be any number of things. You know, it could be either I need to get the color palette closer. That's probably the first thing I need to do. Actually, I could just do that really fast. I should just do that. Yeah, so the biggest thing is that it's just a much larger portal. And so I needed to have a little bit more going on in it, you know? And, I don't know. I also don't think I'm going to be doing the parallax with it, if that makes sense. That should be fine. So I mean, that'll help. But again, like I'm probably not going to do the parallax on the map itself. So you know the whole. Well, I can show you. So when you open it, and then you do the puzzle, do. You'll notice how there's like different layers that are moving at different speeds. So it kind of like fades in, like you get the different like slightly spinning just a little bit faster. So I will probably not have that parallax on here just because it's like extra image layers that I don't have that I can use when I'm actually showing the dungeon itself, the tomb. But yeah. So yeah, I definitely need to redesign this first one to be more like the second one because I do like the look of the second one just a slightly more. Yeah, so I need to change that, and then the recolor obviously was going to be needed. But yeah, so I don't think I'm going to be doing the what was it? The parallax. I don't think I'm going to have the parallax on here. I feel like it works fine as like an animation to like kind of show. And that's kind of like the same thing that I'm going to do. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe. This one is doing rotating pixel thing. Pixels at degrees don't fit in. True. And yeah, I gotta try and figure out something. But I mean, the other one is doing it as well. I think you just don't notice it as much because it's so quick. Yeah, the other one also does do the whole rotating pixels thing. We interact, and then we do this puzzle. And again, it only shows for like a couple seconds, so it's like, that's probably why you don't notice. Yeah, so this one is also just like rotating pixels. This one you notice because the pixels are so much, they're not larger. Anyway, yeah. So, yeah, I'm trying to decide what I'm going to do here. More defined. Yeah, it could be that as well. Yeah, I don't know. But I'm sure that, like, once I actually get this one working the way that I want it to, it should look better and blend in just a little bit better. I hope. Fingers crossed. We'll see. We will see. Okay, so I think that the last thing that I want to do, for now at least, is I want to get... When you finish it, and it does this whole thing here. Portal Puzzle 4. Yes. So I think what I need to do is we need to say, let's grab all of this. All of this. Then over here, when you say interact with portal, press selector 1. Okay, so that's actually what it... Oh, okay. So it's swapping... Maybe? So over here, show image layer 1, portal 6. This is digital glowing and purple swirling vortex. It'll go through portal. Tune to the obelisk. Real mini boss room. And go through portal. So we show picture a selector. And when you release, we swap 24 to 25. And then 25 to 99. I don't know what image layer 24 is, but pretty sure this is the portal itself being large. And it just kind of like fades in, waits for 30 frames, and then goes away. So I think right here, what we can do is we can paste 24 to 25, and then 25 to 9. Makes no sense. Whatever. I think what we can do, though, is we can say, so turn off the show dialog, turn off show HUD. And then let's do, you're going to be 101, 102, 103, 104, and 105. And then show. Okay. So now we need a picture. Yes. Okay, so then we're going to show image layer 101. Crap. That's just game screen picture. Okay, so I need, let's see. There's got to be one here somewhere, right? Show picture. I'm going to show image layer 101. Image layer is, the image name is going to be portal puzzle _3. I'm going to show you at 640 by 232, but let's do 640 by I guess we could do 232. Oh no, let's actually get the X and the Y from this one right here. Portal 6. So 640 by 148. Okay. $640 by 148. I'm not going to go back through and do all of this again. So image layer 101, and we're going to show portal puzzle underscore 6. Nope, underscore 3. Not any pluses here. Show at 640 by 148, 100, 100, 255. Cool. Okay. That's that one. Then we're not going to tint the picture. That should be fine. And then we need to move the picture. Say move image layer 101 to 640 by 360, 100, 100. We need to move you to like 500, 500 over the course of like 240. No. 180. 180. So I'll just show you at 0% opacity, or 0 opacity, and then up to 255. Yeah. Let's also set you to be like 50 with height. $101, $102, $3, $104, $105. Okay, so then 30 is then going to be $102, $102. To be puzzle 4. Or puzzle 4. 360, 148, 50, 50, 0. 102, 640, 360, 500, 500, 255, 180. Okay. 4. 3. 3. You're going to be 5. I don't think anything else should really have to change about these. Should be easy enough. 104, 104, for puzzle 6. Last but not least, you are 105, 105, puzzle 7. Okay, we rotate the images. It moves them up. Don't think we're going to do this swap. And then let's do 180. We do 150. Okay, let's see what happens. I don't know if that's going to look good at all. Let's go find the exit, and then let's just test it, see what it looks like. Interact with the glyphs. Puzzle. Go. Activates. And then we go through the portal. Then it should play potentially a pretty janky looking animation. Okay. That's what I was worried about. I was worried it wasn't actually going to be the correct place. Okay. I thought that it was going to be this. But if I come over here and I erase all of that, it's probably going to do the exact same thing. Which means this is being handled elsewhere. So I don't know what this event is then. If it's being handled elsewhere, this event seems to be the one that should be handling it all. So where is it? Okay, so we go through the portal. Yeah, so somewhere else there is some... Yeah, so what even is this then? If something completely different is handling all of this, per card to spellbook. So what else is teleporting us per card to spellbook? Exit portal active. What? So it's here. The label next floor. So I have no idea what this is then, but we need to cut that, come over here, progress to the next floor. So here is where we need to actually say, put you, and then cut this. Okay, let's see if that works. Go to room 17. 17. Direct glyphs. The portal. I try to go through, it should play the little animation. Probably pretty janky looking. Extremely janky looking. Okay. Now the end of the world. Not the end of the world. Let's keep you at 255. All right, let's go 30, 255, 30, 255, and 30, 255. Oh, black cover. Okay. Let's get rid of that. Then we get rid of this as well. and that. I can just get most of this working and looking okay. We'll call it a success. Right, interact with the glyphs. Go. It's up. I can then say go through portal. It's probably going to look a little bizarre. Deer. Yeah, that's pretty bizarre. That's okay. Okay. All right. We're almost there. We're almost there. Now we throw that in there. Black cover, though. Let's get rid of these guys. After 240 frames, we're going to say image layer 106. Show it. And then 106. You do not need to be 1,000. And then 106 is also going to be quad out. So over here then, when you are victorious, they're all 255. Normal. Huh. I don't know why they look so different from when this one opens up. 0. It's just because they're like appearing essentially out of thin air, but like at already 30%. So we need to do 0% here. We might need to do 0 on the width and height. Have it more so appear out of the portal versus just appearing over top of the portal. We might need to do that. And then the black cover comes on, like after 2 seconds of it being there, fades them to black, erases everything, and then we should be good to go. We'll see. Interact with the glyphs. Go. Go to the portal. Huh. It's just too fast. There's something about it that I'm just like, this isn't quite right, you know? Still trying to decide exactly what it is, though. I mean, we can slow it down, you know, 250. I feel like that's still going to not be slow enough. I feel like 300 is like the minimum. It's not quite double, but almost double. $420. Yeah, sure. It's something we can dial in over time too. Like it's not like we have to like have this instantly just looking its best. Oh, 13's over here. I was like, how the freak do I get to 13? Over here. There we go. Interact with the glyph. Let's get this thing going. Go. Go through the portal. I don't know what it is about it. And I'm gonna have to look into that deeper, just a little bit, just to see what's kind of going on. I almost wonder if we do quad in. It starts out slow and then goes faster. This is gonna be the last adjustment that we make tonight, though, because it's I feel like we've been going back and forth with this thing. Okay, there we go. We'll give that a shot. We'll see how that looks. So it'll be a slow start, and then it like speeds up over time. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Just let me go down. There we go. Interact with the glyphs. This thing activated. Go. Yeah, like it looks so different from that one. Let's go through the portal. Maybe we wait for like 260 and then we do the black cover. 260? Okay, that's the last adjustment. And then I'll look at it over the weekend and we'll just kind of see if there's any way for me to like make it seem a little bit better. It's definitely gonna be like a trial and error kind of thing, just like trying to figure out exactly how it's gonna look, how it's gonna feel. Yeah. Interact with the glyphs. Let's get this thing turned on. Go through the portal. You're like, oh wait, I think I know why. Yeah, okay. That's why. Erase 38. Do that. Wait for 60 frames. Okay. Yeah, all right. This is the last one. Then I'll figure it out later. Interact with the glyphs. This thing turned on. So we're almost there. The last thing we need to do is now the fail state of this puzzle. Bzz. There we go. Bzz. Yeah, feels slow now. A little too slow. $240. Yeah, this will be me dialing it in later. For now, though, we're gonna call that good. That's it. Anyway, yeah. So the fail state. We do need to get the fail state working. I'm kind of thinking what we're gonna do is in the room. I'm going to put a trap. So as of right now, we just have the spikes. We're gonna put the spikes. So there will be spikes on the floor here, and then if you fail, it will take you out of the puzzle, bring you back to the room, and then it'll just activate the spikes. Call it good. Which we should be able to just reuse the same spike event that we currently have. So I think we should be okay. Shouldn't be too much work. There we go. Right, activates. Same thing here, activate. Like blue. Okay, so let's have you wait for like 220. All right. Okay, the actual exit of not the exit, the failing of the puzzles. So we should be able to, again, like I said, reuse most of what we have. I think it's right here. Room decor animations. Grass/attacks, monster animation, dice move, saving throw, puzzle timer. Puzzle 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. It's the mini boss card draws, monster card draws, player damage. So is it just... Oh, so it is right here. Okay. So puzzle timer is... Oh, we've got all these different... Okay, okay. Could I just reuse... I mean, I could just copy and paste this, and then we should be good. We also don't want to set the trap room to be disabled because it's not technically a trap. Yeah, and then 38. So 38 is the image layer that we're using for the traps. Can we use image layer 38 for this? I don't know. The 38, I think 38 is considered a decoration. So 38. The enemy hand goes up to 38. But over here... Huh. Yeah, image layer 38 is the trap. Which I guess there wouldn't be traps in battle. So that would make sense. So it's obviously not a trap layer then. That's good. That's good. So then when you enter the room with... Let's just do this. Let's do this. Let's pull this up. Let's go into the exit portal room. Let's go to room 28. We can find 28 somewhere around here. Let me go down. There we go. And now let me go to the left. Oh no. Is this one of those rare occasions where it just does not work? That's fun. Good times. Oh, that is one thing that is still on my back burner, is actually making sure that the random gen is correctly working. 10 out of 10. Okay, there we go. So, if we're in here, let's do this. Let's turn off full screen, so kind of see what's going on. Let's pull up this one, and we're gonna do game screen dot picture 38. What are you? Nothing is currently 38. Good. Awesome. Let's see here. Curious Little Fox says, howdy, what you up to? First of all, welcome. Glad you're here. I see your first time chatter. We are working on a dungeon crawling roguelike RPG. So, yeah. Slowly but surely making progress, moving along. And, yeah. So as of right now, what we're actively working on is, as you are going through this tomb that is randomly generated.
Thanks for the follow, Curious Little Fox.
Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, so on each of the floors, you'll be able to progress to the next floor. The way you do that is through a teleportation portal. Oh my goodness.
We reached our followers goal of 380. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. 380 is crazy. Yeah, thank you for the follow. I do appreciate that. Thank you for helping us reach our goal. I do appreciate that. Yeah, there you go. Number 380. Not bad. Not bad at all. So thank you. I appreciate that. But yeah. So to be able to progress from floor to floor, there are these teleportation portals, and the way that you will be able to actually use them is there will be a bunch of little mini game puzzles that you do to actually activate it. So the one that we're working on right now is if you've ever played any cozy games, you've probably seen a little mini game like this, usually using fishing and stuff like that. Yeah, basically you just try and keep this little line here in this purple area here, and as long as you can do that for X number of seconds, then it will finish the puzzle. So yeah, I'm huge on Stardew. Well, there we go. Then yeah, you are very familiar with that puzzle then. So that's one of the puzzles we'll be doing. We also do have a couple other puzzles we're working on. So let's see, that one. Another one is going to be a rune memory game. So you'll just be finding the matches if you ever played any memory games. Let's see, there is a hot and cold slider puzzle. So as you slide these up and down, there will be a little a circular thing here that fills up, and so as you're moving it and it's getting closer, it'll start filling up, and then if you go past the point, then it starts going down again. So it's basically just playing a hot and cold game with these runes. The one that we're currently working on is this one right here. The next one we're going to be introducing is basically this one is it will randomly place like 5 different runes on this little wheel here, and then there will be just like a rotating dial. And then as the dial is over one of the runes, you have to press a button to be able to activate the rune. And as soon as you press it, it will then reverse and start rotating the other way, slightly faster. And so eventually it gets to the point where when you get to the final rune, it's spinning really fast, and you just have to try and hit it in the right spot. If not, then you lose a life or something like that. Then the last one will be, the memory game. That's the one. So So basically, yeah, the idea is there's just like a bunch of little fun mini games you can play to be able to unlock and activate the portal to then be able to leave the floor and move on to the next floor. There we go. Love getting the fun numbers. It is a good time, isn't it? Big farming game fan. Pop the Lock from the arcade. One of my friend's faves. Ooh, let's see. Pop the Lock from the arcades. Pop the Lock arcade game. Oh, yeah. Pop the Lock. Yes, exactly, just like that. I was like, this looks very familiar, and it's basically, it is basically that exact same thing. Yes, that's kind of the goal. Is just just a bunch of fun little games. Hopefully, kind of break up a little bit of the same old kind of stuff going on. But there is more to it. I could show you really quick. So basically, the idea is you are a bounty hunting adventurer. The king's right hand mage had kind of like started, went off the deep end, started researching dark magic. The king was not a fan of that, and so he ordered for his mage. His name is Vercilias. He ordered him to be arrested. Vercilias was not a fan of that. He did not want to be arrested, so he put a curse on his wizard's tower to make it ever shifting and changing, so it would become like an unnavigable labyrinth, so that no one could ever get to him, which worked. No one could ever find him, but people have also never seen him come out of his tower, and so everyone just assumes he probably died inside of his tower, and so now people refer to it as the Tomb of Vercilias instead of the Tower of Vercilias. And so it's just a retro, old school vibe kind of RPG. And so again, you're a bounty hunter adventurer, because the king is like, just because everybody thinks he's dead inside his tower, I don't think it, and so he keeps the bounty open. And so for anyone who can find him, bring him to the king dead or alive, gets a huge bounty. And so you, along with many other adventurers, are going into the Tomb of Vercilias to try and find him and bring him out dead or alive and collect your bounty. And so general idea is there's this safe hub here, this town, where you'll be able to talk to NPCs, buy and sell items, upgrade your spells, all that fun stuff. And then quest lines are kind of like the bigger thing here. Is each one of these different NPCs will have their own quest lines, their own backstories you'll be able to learn, help them. There'll be different quests and things like that you can go and do in the tomb. And then, since it's a roguelike, there are these perk cards that will be able to kind of mix up your run just a little bit. And so, some of them they'll all have like buffs and debuffs, giving you multipliers, and then some kind of issue or problem that it gives you. Maybe it increases your health, but it decreases some kind of like elemental damage. And so every time you enter, you'll be able to pick a perk card, and you'll be able to pick up to 9. And so it hopefully should like mix up the runs just a little bit. And other than that, you're just walking around, collecting these D20s. You can take these and merge them together, make stronger D20s. The D20s will be used to upgrade your spells. You've got Pyro spells, Geo, Hydro, and Necro. And so as you upgrade your spells, you'll be able to use those spells to be able to fight the monsters better. And then the combat in the game, I'll show it to you, but we are actually going to be changing the combat here in the very near future. But up to this point, it has been basically the same. So I'll show you what it has been, and it's still going to be kind of roughly the same. But it is going to be changing slightly. So basically, the way that it works is let's grab just a random perk card. So if we start going around, we'll find a monster eventually. Oh, well, okay, there's you go. Yeah, so there are trap rooms that you'll be able to find. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna lose this freaking trap because I am not paying attention. Phew. Anyway, there'll be trap rooms you'll come across. You'll also do other little mini puzzles to avoid the traps, to disarm them, and then other larger puzzles to be able to get out and off the floors. Yeah, so basically the idea of the combat is it is based off of blackjack. Again, it is going to be changing here pretty soon. Yeah, so basically you were just playing blackjack against the monsters, and so long as you had a better hand than the monster, you could then attack, and it would do elemental damage to the monster based on what cards you have drawn. So the red cards would be based on your pyro spells, and so since I do 1 pyro damage, it would do 1, and then this is a necro card, and so it's linked to my necro spell that also does just 1 damage, and so I'd be doing 2 damage with this hand. But I'm only at 6, he's got 15, and so I could draw again. Now I've got 15, he's got 15, so now I'd be doing 3 damage, and then I could either draw again to then be greater than 15, but if we tie, then I could stand, and then you could, roll a d20 and just, if it lands on odds, I win. I mean, if it lands on evens, I win, then I get to attack. And yeah, so that's basically what the combat was going to be. Like I said, I am in the process of changing it. Yeah. So if that seems like it would be interesting or fun at all, yeah, would absolutely love to see you in here. But if not, totally understandable, but I do appreciate you dropping by. Let's see, how far along are you? So we're coming up on almost a year now. So it's been, about a year. I started back in December, December 18th of last year. So yeah, so almost a year now. It has gone through a lot of iterations. We have, done a lot that we've had to either completely replace or switch, and it just, definitely a very time-consuming task. It is just myself, so it is a very slow process. I also, it's just kind of a part-time thing that I do, just a fun little side project that I work on. So, I only have 3 to 4 hours each time I stream. I only have about 3 days a week that I can stream, so it is a very slow process. But we are making progress, we are making headway, and slowly but surely, it will be finished. Do you stream making the art? Love the perspective. Every now and then, when I'm doing stuff on stream, I have noticed that I tend to rush through things, and then they just don't turn out very good. I have done some art on stream. I do mostly the programming on stream. I usually try to do the art and other like extra things off stream, just so that I have it ready to go and I can just start programming stuff on stream. But I do occasionally do the art on stream. But I don't know. I feel like sometimes when I do it on stream, I don't know what it is. I don't know if I get nervous or if I just, I don't know. I feel like I always have to rush through it. And with art, you can't really rush through. So it kind of turns out not right. But yeah, so occasionally I'll do the art. Other times I'll just, if I ever have a creative thought, then I'm like, oh, I better take care of this right now. And then just be ready for the stream. So anyway, yeah, so if it does seem like something you'd be interested in, we are working on a playable demo. The hope was to be able to have the playable demo up by the 1 year mark, so December 18th-ish. I don't know if we're actually gonna be able to hit that deadline. But, again, it's it's just myself, and we haven't done any Kickstarter or anything like that, so it's not like I have promised anyone that it would be a specific date. So I'm like, well, if we get it, great. If not, it'll come out eventually. So yeah. As an artist, absolutely, I find chat, it can be very distracting, especially raid-ins. That's fair. Yeah, it can be a little distracting, a little nerve-wracking. But yeah, so I do try and do it every now and then. I am definitely by no means, I would not consider myself an artist by any stretch of the imagination. A lot of the stuff that I have in here, it's either I've had been looking at something, to kind of reference, and sometimes things turn out great, other times not so much. So yeah, it's definitely a trial and error process. I'll usually work on something and I'll feel happy about it, and then maybe a week or a month or a couple months later I'm just not a fan. So then I'll have to go back and anyway, yeah, so that is kind of what we got going on here. Yeah. Deadlines are important, even if they are just for you. Yeah, and that's the thing, is I know that I want to get this out sooner rather than later. I don't want it to take forever. And honestly, this game has taken, I am now about twice as long as I thought that I was going to be. My original idea and thought and goal was that I was going to release this game summer of this past year. So yeah, that's what I thought anyway, and that did not pan out. But I have added a lot more than I originally thought. Yeah, this game used to be much more simplistic. There was no town. It was literally just going to be you going through, fighting monsters, collecting these D20s, and then as you got these D20s, they would, like, without doing anything, they were just going to level up your skills. So it was basically whatever you had in your inventory is how strong your spells were. And just over time, I've changed things, added things, and tweaked things, and like, it now has like a whole storyline, quests, everything that I'd never anticipated having in here. So like, there's a reason why it is taking longer. It's just the fact that I'll start working on something, and then I'm like, oh, this will be fun. This will be a good time. Let's add this. And for better or worse. So, anyway. Game dev always takes longer than you think. At least in my experience, I just do the art. Yeah, no, you are 100% correct in that. Like, say, for example, with the puzzle that we are currently working on, I completely forgot that I turned on monsters. Let's see if I can get out of here. Ooh, there we go. That was a pretty good roll. Oh, crap. Let's see if I can get away from him, too. Yeah, there we go. Ooh, I totally forgot Oh, my dex -2. That's why I'm failing the throws. My dex is down. That's fine. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so basically, this puzzle right here, I thought this was going to be about half of a stream. I thought it was going to take me about an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours. We're now on stream 2, and it's coming along. It's almost there. The only thing we don't have in here is the fail state. So it's almost there. Technically, you can win. When you finish it, you can then, activate your portal and you can leave. Very janky right now. Please don't judge me based on the jankiness of that animation. We're still tweaking that one. Yeah. So we're getting there. Though. Scope creep is a killer. It really is. But I've told myself, I'm like, I am going to be finishing this game. One way or the other, this game is going to be finished. I'd say for better. Thank you. Ads? Oh no. Let me know when you're back. Yeah, let me know when you're back. Saddest of days, I cannot hear. Let me know when you're back. Yeah, there we go. Let's see. Oh my gosh. I know that I said your name once, and now I'm trying to remember. Lakshiash Arma says, "Hi, I'm back. Welcome back. I am so sorry that I completely brutalized your name, but welcome back. I'm glad you're back." All right. So we need to figure out the fail state. And I don't know if my brain is going to be in a state right now where I'll be able to, like, keep track of everything. Told you, called me Lax Bro. That's right. I do remember that now. That's right. Welcome back, Lax. I had completely forgotten that you told me to call you Lax. So, welcome back, Lax. Welcome back. I'll see if I can remember that as well. Because not only am I bad at names, I'm bad at remembering names as well. And those ads are annoying. I'm so sorry. I wish that I could pick and choose what ads actually got shown. Although if I did that, I probably wouldn't pick any ads because, yeah, ads are pretty frustrating. Not gonna lie. Anyway, I do not remember where I was. Oh yeah, the game. It's gonna come out. I've already told myself I am so far deep in this already. The amount of projects that I've started and never finished is very long. Like, literally, like, hundreds over the course of the past 20 years that I've been trying to make a full, complete game. And, but this is the one. This is the one where I'm like, you know what? I think this is a good enough idea. I feel, I believe in it enough. I have enough stuff set up that even if there's, like, things that, hit me, and it's like, oh, this is not working well, this is not great, and I've considered, like, do I just stop? I'm like, nope. I'm too far along. I've promised people too much. And that's usually enough to, like, keep me going, which is good. Because I know for sure, if I had not been streaming this game, if I was just doing this on my own in my basement, I would have stopped months ago. And that is no joke. Like, when I was working on the random gen, oh, that absolutely just destroyed me. And it was literally weeks that I was working on the random generation for the dungeon layout. And yeah, if it was just me, I probably would have stopped. But I'm going to keep going. And yeah, because I'm just like, you know what? People have seen it. people have told me they want to play it, and I'm like, you know what? If people actually want to play a game that I am making, I cannot stop them. So, yeah. I'm not saying that I'm not enjoying it. Like, I'm loving making the game. I'm absolutely enjoying it. I love it. It is a really great creative outlet for me. And so, like, obviously, like, I'm doing it for myself, but I am also able to, like, tell myself, you got to keep going because the people want it. And I'm like, all right, the people want it, I'll keep going. So, you know. Lax says, I'm currently working on a game called Mungia. It will be a horror game. Ooh. I have always wanted to make a horror game. I feel like I am not good enough at making horror. I feel like I wanted to kind of like take a crack at it. Although the thing is, like, I feel like for myself anyway, trying to make like a top-down horror game, I don't know if I can make it scary enough. And that's kind of what RPG Maker can do. Obviously, like, you know, you can do everything that I'm doing here with Tomb of Vercilias, but I feel like if I were to make a horror game, I would want to make it in like a PS1 style horror game, like low poly graphics, you know, very low res textures, and then just like creepy lighting. Yeah, I feel like it would be really creepy. It is based Moonja folklore from Maharashtrian. That's kind of creepy. I do like horror games that are kind of like based in, and like set in like, you know, different folklore, with, you know, maybe there's like hints of like realism, like realistic history. I think those kinds of horror games are a lot of fun. So yeah, that sounds like a blast. I would love to see where it's coming along. Let's see. Curious Little Fox says, "Oh, is this a multi-stream?" It is. Yes. Yeah. So we're over on YouTube as well as here on Twitch. Yeah. So it looks like yes, we've got 9 over here on Twitch, and we got 11 watching over on YouTube. So thank you everyone who is currently here. I do appreciate it. Yeah, I originally told myself I was just going to stream on Twitch, and then I was like, you know what? I'm gonna see if I can figure out how to multi-stream, and I eventually got it. And yeah, it actually wasn't too bad. It is a lot of fun though. That kind of surprises me. Twitch has been doing a lot better for me. Oh, really? Yeah, it goes back and forth for me, honestly. Like, I mean, like earlier in the stream, you know, I was at like, I had like 20 or so people watching on Twitch, and there were like 3-ish people on YouTube. And then it seems to go like the longer that I'm streaming on YouTube, its numbers tend to go up. And then on Twitch, the longer I stream on Twitch, the numbers tend to go down on the streams. It's very bizarre. Very bizarre. I don't know why that is the case. I feel like with Twitch, maybe it's just like the way their algorithm works, where it's just like, okay, you've been going for, you know, X number of hours, you've had X number of people, it hasn't really gone up from here, so we're gonna stop like trying to promote your channel to anyone else. Versus over on YouTube, I think the way that their algorithm works is they're like, okay, you know, you've had a couple people come in, you've been streaming for about 2 or so ish hours now, it's like, but you're still going, so like, good job, we're gonna start promoting you now to more people. I don't know how or why it works the way that it does, but yeah, it seems like most nights Twitch will over time drop viewers, whereas YouTube will increase viewers over time. I don't know, very bizarre. I think Twitch relies heavily on rate-ins. That is also very true. Yeah, and you know, sometimes there's a decent amount, but other times not so much. And that's totally fine. 'Cause honestly, like at the end of the day, I'm not looking to become like a content creator. I'm not looking to become, you know, I'm not. Don't get me wrong. I would absolutely love if I could one day make this like my full-time job, where I could stream game development and just live off of game sales, ad revenue, and like gifted subs. Like I would be over the moon excited. Like I would never say no to that. But I'm not exactly setting out to have that be the case. I'm setting out to make a game. Hopefully it'll be a good game. Hopefully it'll be a fun game. And if I can sell 5-10 copies, and those 5 or 10 people that actually buy the game and play it enjoy it, I will consider this a success. And I'm going to keep making games either way. Even if those 5 to 10 people that buy the game are like, this game sucks, I hate it, do not ever make a game ever again in your life, I will be like, noted, and I will continue to make games, and I might just not release them, or I might not live stream them. So who knows? Who knows? But I figure we're a year in, and honestly, like, the channels have grown more than I ever thought. I mean, well, you were number 380, so yeah, so we got 380 followers over on Twitch, and then YouTube. That was weird. Then YouTube, I think we're around like 2,300 subscribers. So yeah, pretty exciting stuff. But yeah, it's fun. It's fun. Happy that YouTube ads are not coming. That's the word you said. Yeah, honestly, the YouTube ads are way better than Twitch ads. The YouTube ads, I feel like, are a lot more forgiving. Let's see. Himahabet says, well, hello again, sir. Honest question. How many game engines do you ever use before focusing developing using RPG Maker MZ right now? How many other game engines have I used? So I've used every single RPG Maker, like, ever. So I started with RPG Maker 2000 and then switched to 2003, XP, VX, and then VX Ace. So yeah. So basically from the year 2000 all the way up, and then, you know, then I am currently using RPG Maker MV, and then I have used MZ to make like a couple of collaborative projects. So yeah, so basically used every single mainline RPG Maker engine in the series. And then I have also used, I say used, I've gone through like a week or two long tutorial for Godot, for Unity, for Unreal Engine. I think that's about it. I've never used Game Maker, and then I've used like a few odds and ends here and there. There's like an engine called like Paper Maker. I've used RPG in a Box. You know, just here and there. I have tried branching out, seeing what else there is. I don't know if I've ever given an engine its full potential. Like I said, you know, I think I spent maybe like 2 weeks once. This was when I was like a bit younger. I spent probably like 2 weeks going through dozens of hours of tutorials. I learned how to make a map, make a couple NPCs, make some dialogue boxes, you know, figured out how to do some things. And I was just like, this is too much for what I want to do. Like, I want to make simple, fun, quick games. And I was like, I just don't think I'm ever going to need to know Unity. I don't think I'm ever going to need to know Unreal Engine. And so I kind of dropped those pretty quickly. But yeah, so Godot, though, and Game Maker are two that I kind of want to give a little bit more time and effort and looking into. But yeah, primarily it is RPG Maker. I have spent, I can honestly say, tens of thousands of hours across the different RPG Maker platforms. So yeah, so I do have some experience with engines. I am by no means an expert. I am by no means a pirate software. I have not worked at Blizzard for 6 years. I do not know all the ins and outs of game dev. But I am trying. And yeah. So I'm not gonna say that like RPG Maker is the best, but I do know that RPG Maker can do what I want it to do, and I can make the game that I want to make, and I know it pretty well. And that's what I got. Should I use generative AI or not? Use it to enhance your own creativity, is what I will say. Do not use it to replace your own creativity. Do not use it to replace the creativity of others. If you want to make something, but you're like 90% of the way there and you just need a little bit of help, I personally don't think there's anything wrong with AI. Brainstorming sessions with AI, trying to like think of different things. If you have like an idea in your head, but you're not quite sure how to get it out onto paper, just typing in what your idea is, kind of like seeing if it can somehow bring it into fruition. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. You will find some people who have an issue with that. And, you know, you can't get mad at someone for getting upset that you used AI, right? Because here's the thing, like, some people will say, do not use it. It's terrible. If you use it, it's the absolute worst thing in the world. And, you know, in their own regard, they are correct. But if you're using AI to help enhance your creativity, to enhance your ideas, to enhance, because like, here's the thing, I for some of the systems in this game, I have gone to AI and I've just been like, here's kind of like the rough idea that I've got. Here's like kind of what I'm leaning towards, or like, here's a puzzle that I'm kind of trying to do, but I'm trying to figure out like what kind of negative impact could there be for losing? What could there be for this or that? And then like, it'll go through and be like, oh, well, you could try this, you could try this. And sometimes I'll be like, oh, that is a great idea, I'm going to use that. And other times, as it's like generating the text, I'll then have an idea. And it's mostly because I then wrote it out in a text box and it was actually written out. And then as soon as I hit enter, my brain was able to like finally connect the dots because I actually wrote it out. So I would actually recommend, if you have your ideas, if you have your things you want to create, write it down first. Whether it's in like physically on a piece of paper, if it's in a notepad on your computer, on your phone, whatever it is, write it out. Write out how you think you want to make it. Write out how you are wanting it to be. And then see if ideas come to mind. And then at that point, if still nothing's coming to mind, then maybe throw it into AI. When it comes to art, I would say it's rough, right? Because you don't want to like replace an artist. You don't want to replace yourself, because it's just like, even if you're not an artist, you still have the chance to try your hand at art. And if you're like, nope, this is not working out, that's totally fine. That's great. There are plenty of artists out there that have created amazing stuff, and a lot of it free. Like if you're on a very tight budget, there's a lot of free stuff out there. If you got just a couple bucks, looking for sales, looking for discounts, whatever it is also another great way to go. But again, if you're looking for inspiration, I have done my own fair share of like, I have an idea in my head of what I'm thinking, but I can't quite put it, onto canvas. And so I'll be like, hey, like, this is what I'm thinking, like, this is what I got going on. It'll generate a random, whatever it is, and I'll be like, ooh, I like that, and then I kind of have, like, something to kind of go off of. Yeah, so here's the thing that I will say. AI is a tool. It is a hammer. You can do some great things with a hammer, but you cannot do everything with a hammer. And if you try to do everything with a hammer, you are going to break more than you fix. You can, hit nails with a hammer, which is great. You cannot screw in screws with a hammer. You cannot paint a wall with a hammer. You can try, but you're going to damage those screws, and you are not going to have a very good looking wall at the end after you're using that hammer to paint your wall. So if you're using the tool for what it is based and like created for, it should work just fine. If you then start going beyond that, don't use that tool for everything, because that tool is not built for everything. Just use the tool for what it's built for, and then use your other tools in your arsenal to then help finish the project. Yeah, there's my rant. There's my rant. Struggling with RPG Maker to make my indie game. That's me. That's me. It can sometimes be a struggle. Here's the thing, though, that cracks me up about that short. I feel like it has grown as much as it has because people have, I think they've taken it to mean that, like, I hate RPG Maker or something. I love RPG Maker. I have literally spent tens of thousands of hours over the course of my life in RPG Maker. Just this year, I have spent literally hundreds, if not thousands of hours in RPG Maker making this game. So, yeah, it does kind of crack me up because it's like, I did not expect that short. It was like the most pointless short I feel like I've ever made, and it is somehow my biggest short. So, yeah, good times. I use Game Maker 2 and then Shift Unity for my horror game. Yeah, very nice, very nice. Is it like a top down? Is it first person? Is it third person? Let's see, Hima says, since RPG Maker MZ uses JavaScript to customize, did you learn JavaScript for RPG Maker plugins on your own, or are you a programmer by background? So I did learn it specifically for RPG Maker. So I am not a programmer. I mean, I do work in IT, but I'm not a developer. So I did specifically start to learn JavaScript for RPG Maker. I continued to learn JavaScript for RPG Maker. I went to college, to university, to become a web developer, a front-end web developer, right? I wanted to be a designer, then it turned out that I needed to know JavaScript, which I hated JavaScript. I hated it. I didn't understand it. I did not like it. And so I was like, I was like, I don't want to continue this because I do not like JavaScript. I wanted to be a designer because I didn't think I would have to know JavaScript. And so I dropped out of college, and you know, it's been fine. Like, you know, I still work in IT, and it's been great. But when I finally learned how powerful JavaScript is in RPG Maker, I cannot recommend learning it enough. Like, it is absolutely fantastic. Would 100% recommend learning the ins and outs, because you can do some crazy things once you know JavaScript in RPG Maker. Yeah, there are things in this game. This game could not exist in its current state without JavaScript. So, just saying. and not just plugins in general, but like even just JavaScript snippets. Like they're just little bits here and there of like code. I could not do some of these things without JavaScript. So, yeah. Let's see. David Van Housen says, in another Twitch channel, I got timed out for 10 minutes. I'm so happy. What? Wait. In another Twitch channel, I got timed out for 10 minutes. I'm so happy. That's a good time. Oh, Fright Fest 2025. Okay, I was like, what is this skull going on? Okay, that makes more sense. But anyway, Curious Little Fox, I don't know if you're still here, but I do appreciate you jumping in for chatting. Yeah, I do appreciate that. Let's see. Lax says, I've drawn my character and used Mashy for model 3D generation. Very nice. Yeah, and again, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. As long as you are using the tool in the correct way, yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Not at all. Okay, well, I think my brain has reached its peak. It has reached its end. I don't think I'm going to be able to actually get through making the fail state. My game is first person? Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, I feel like first person is probably one of the better ways to do horror. Really put the player in the shoes. Whoops. Really put the player in the shoes of the character. I really like that. Yeah. Third person is not too bad, but I feel like first person is the best way to go. For me personally, anyway. Whenever I play a horror game. Yeah. So horror state, fail state is still needing to be added, but we are getting very close with getting this all done, and then we can finally move on, get the other puzzle in here, and then we can finally move on from this whole thing. So, yeah. Again, very jank right there. But technically, we can move on to the next floor, which is absolutely fantastic. Makes me very happy to see. And, yeah. There we go. Cool. Cool. The Fright Fest 2025 badge is the only one I have on Twitch. Well, you have more than me. I don't think I have any. Pretty sure I don't have any. Even if I did, I don't know how I would adjust those. I should probably look into that. Anyway, well, I appreciate y'all for being here. Again, I will be working on the new combat system a bit off stream. Just, over the weekend, like I said, I've got some of it set up with the cards and stuff here. So, yeah, we'll definitely be able to get to the point where we have the new combat system in before the next stream on Sunday. So, I mean, like, technically it's kind of in a little bit. I mean, like, if you were here earlier in the stream, you kind of saw like being able to like swap the cards back and forth to set up for those fun, hopefully fun, whatever they're called. My brain cannot right now. So anyway, all right, everybody. Well, I think we're gonna call it there. So yeah, so I'll be working a little bit of that over the weekend, and yeah, I hope you all have an absolutely fantastic rest of your evening. I hope you have it all. I'll have an absolutely fantastic rest of your week. Good luck to everybody if you are working in retail for Black Friday. Good luck to you. I hope that it all goes well. And to anybody else, good luck with the rest of your week. If you're over here on Twitch, make sure to stick around. We're gonna go do a raid. If you're over on YouTube though, I wish you well. I wish you luck. And yeah, I appreciate everyone being here, hanging out, chatting. And yeah, I will see you all on the Sunday stream. So in a few days, I'll see you all then. And until then, good luck, take care, and yeah, see you then. Goodbye.